And welcome to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel, and the best YouTube channel ever by a wide margin. Now, last night, found streaming to be rather buggy. Not in the good way, like a buggy you drive around. The bad way, like not working very well. Certainly not directing any viewers my way. So we'll see if this morning's any different. It doesn't appear to be any different at the moment, but maybe things will change. So, what are we doing here? We're going to broom some leaves. You might say, but Eric, isn't sweep the correct verb? Yeah. You want to be all Captain Correctness for that thing. If you want to be like that, you know. Hey there. Hi, Isabella. You're live, just commented on your video. That was the one about ISTP neonas. That was a nice comment. You are correct in your claims that I am most correct about cognitive functions. That is true. I am. By a wide margin. Hi, Acacia. You remind me of this lady I once met. Yeah, she was this guy named Ruben and his girlfriend. Oh, shit. That reminds me, before we do anything else, I have to take this trash up to the tree. What time is it? It's not quite 9. If it were like 11 or noon, I'd be afraid of having missed el hombre de basura, as they say in Spanish. For you gringos among us, that means the garbage man. Have you seen the garbage man? All right, let's get... Yes, it's about the ISTP-ENTP relationship. I find that our pairing has always been really complementary to each other. I feel like I'm always performing for him, and he loves listening and watching. Huh. That's not the comment I read. It was a different video. A different comment. Well, I think supervisor is a much better relationship than benefactor-beneficiary, that's for sure. But I don't think it's ideal, per se. But, you know, there's more to a relationship than typological compatibility also, you know. There's also the possibility that you got either your type or his type wrong. You know, people are usually like them. All right, look at that. We're going to take these trash cans out. But look at what we're doing. We're taking the lid off before we take it out. Why? Well, this makes the garbage man's job just a little bit easier. Now, he doesn't have to. Let's put it in here. Now he doesn't have to take the lid off himself. Wee-hoo! That's the sound of somebody being tired. Tired people say that. They go, we, you. That's what I'm saying. Hi, Sashu. You have a Reuben, huh? Well, maybe you're that same lady I'm talking about. Guess what? Says Acacia. I'm that same lady. That's really what everybody dreams of being. At some point in their life, they say to themselves, I'd like to be that same lady. Well, I was going to start brooming already, okay? But what I realized is, oops, garbage day. I didn't take the cans out last night. I better get them up there before the garbage man comes. So once I went outside to broom, that's when I realized, hold your horses there. Before you broom, take the trash out of the street. I'm going to broom that person right out of my hair. Let me get another bag of trash to put in before we take it out. Let's go. All right, so we've got a full bag of trash back here. Perhaps you can see it. No, wait, pointing the wrong way. Back there. We'll get that bag of trash. I don't think they clash. I think it's a supervisee relationship. There. It's just a lopsided power dynamic. The ENTP is at a distinct attentional advantage overall between the two. Just as is the supervisor in every supervisor pair. When you get that power disparity as a benefactor-beneficiary relationship, that's an ugly relationship. But supervisor-supervisee is not. It's just that it's not even that, okay, well, I guess it goes both ways. The supervisor gives the supervisee too little credit, and the supervisee gives the supervisor too much credit. But it's more the second one than the first. The supervisee gives the supervisor too much credit. There's too much of an assumption that the supervisor knows best. It's comfortable for both parties, unlike the benefactor-beneficiary power and balance relationship, which is uncomfortable for both parties. All right, you have to stay here. I just ultimately think that you want some, you want to try to, I guess, try to attain some kind of equality attentionally between the two. Do something that's either complementary, like you suck at what I'm good at and I suck at what you're good at, but vice versa, you know. If it's too much like that, there's basically no common ground. So it's like ISFP and ENTP. But if it's sort of like that, there can be, I mean, there can be good relationships of every type. It's mostly like certain kinds of relationships are better facilitated than others by a given relationship type, you know? So, for example, if I'm duels with somebody and it's a workplace environment, it's going to play out like this. If I'm duels with somebody and it's a romantic partner, it's going to play out like now. Of course, what did I just do? I just took the trash cans up there. So what am I going to put these in? Wow. It's true that I've been doing a decent bit of taking it down the hill to burn, but I don't really feel like doing that with these. So I think what I'll do is put them in either the kitty litter trash, but I'd like to change the trash bag before I do it, but take that trash can and do that. Or I could just put them in the shop vac thing. Hi, Nina. Hi, Liam. Hi, Full Metal Chad. Hi, Brandon Hilton. Hi, Mario Guerrero. Hi, Acacia. Hi, Rayvon F. Fowler R. I'm not in Big Bear. I'm in Mariposa. I'm not voting this election. Well, thanks, Full Metal Chad. I'm not really a bass player. I'm a guitar player, but I don't hate playing the bass. I'm not terrible at it. But it kind of depends on... I mean, like, if I were playing bass with a band for somebody, I think I could get to be pretty solid at it. But just screwing around on it or playing the bass for myself, like recordings, you know, just thinking about playing it for myself. So let's take this out here. Let's take this out here. Instead of using a trash can that we have here is a shop vac. Now, if I wanted to take the top part off of this, then it would just be a basin that you could put stuff in, you know. Or I could just use it to blow and or vacuum this. But I don't really want to blow or vacuum it, in part because that's annoyingly loud. They're good, but with very heavy screaming vocals. What's that? Hi, KS. We were discussing personality types, yeah. Bro, every bass player I played with, was originally a guitar player. Interesting observation. It's going fine, Jonathan Earl. Hope it's going fine for you too. Fine or better. Fine is fine, but better than fine is also acceptable. I'm not trying to limit my hopes to know better than fine, right? I'm saying just greater than or equal to fine. Obviously, as greater than as possible would be better, but sometimes our day can't be better than fine because maybe we don't deserve to have such a good day. Or maybe we just aren't destined to because it's International Shitty Day Week or something. That's possible. Likely, even. As far as say, it's absolutely the single most likely explanation. I get to play some. You got to play some Magic the Gathering last night. That sounds fun. I like Magic the Gathering. It makes me feel like a natural woman. Which is one of my top 5 styles of woman to feel like. What a guy that's all dog for? Well, I mean, I could tell you, but you don't want to know the answer. I'm not really sure. I thought, well, I get things in this crack right here, like this stuff. Might be easier to get with a dustpan kind of situation. But I think really what I'm doing is ill-advisedly avoiding turning on the shop vac. And I should just turn on the shop vac. Except it's going to be noisy, you know. All right, Keisha, you do your thing. And don't you worry your pretty little head about informing me about it. Okay. What am I doing? Am I going to sweep? Am I going to broom? Am I going to shop vac? Am I going to mull the decision back and forth some more? Shouldn't be that difficult of a decision to make, really. I've got a better broom here. So, the arrival of this better broom into the picture is it's kind of collapsing the superposition. It's all like, maybe you're going to sweep this thing, maybe you're not. Maybe you're going to shop back, we don't know. Well, now you see it's happening. The excitement, the possibility, the anticipation has turned finally into reality. Get out of here, dirt. Nobody asked you to come sit over here. Get away. Get out of here, little leaves. This is a slow way to do things. I think the shop vac would be faster. Get out of here, leaves. Pine needles. Okay. Gonna sweep, sweep, sweep. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Where? Okay. This can qualify almost as pile number one. I'm going to have to bring the shop back around here. This is just a rough gathering of larger pieces at the moment. It's so dusty and yeah that only a shop vac is going to do. Let's go ahead and make a little pile though. Nobody was ever harmed by making a pile. Nobody's allergic to piles. Okay, Luigi, God. So that's pretty crazy these days. I'm having a pretty nice day, KS. Okay. I pulled up my pants better. I'm sorry. I have high hip syndrome. It means my pants fall down a lot. Because my hips are too high. Like there's no way to pull up my pants over my hips without pulling up the crotch part of the pants too high, you know? Without castrating myself. So, obviously, I don't want to do that. Short shorts like these ones I'm wearing. You know, well, I got bun huggers on, so it's gonna slip out or anything, but it's just so hard. It's just so hard. It's not really. It's fine, really. I mean, I put it somewhere between malnutrition and genocide. All right, let's go and take a break. That's enough working for the moment. We don't like to work long stretches of work all at once. No, nobody's well served by that phenomenon. So let's just take a little break, smoke a couple barn reps, see what we see, hear what we hear, know what we know, smell what we smell, and find out what's going on, okay? Pull up the old live streameroo on the old laptoparoo so I can see the chat in a more easy way. Well, look, let's just everyone chill out about politics, okay? Things are kind of crazy. But I think it's important to remember that the country it's whipped into a frenzy of division, but is not actually divided. We don't have people coming to blows over a substantive issue like slavery in the streets. we have instead, in the absence of any real devils to blame, forsaken the only actual solution to well-intentioned idiocy, which is a dispassionate, reasoned approach towards the whole matter. It's unfortunate. But, until I run for president, just everyone just chill out for a minute and figure everything will be fine. Just stay calm and smoke a blunt. I live in Mariposa County, California, which is very near Yosemite. Yosemite is a national park. It's the one with Half Dome and rock climbing, not the one with the geysers. People often mistake the two because they both start with Y. Sir, where is your wife? My wife's in bed, downstairs here, over there, over that way. She's not asleep, but she's lying in bed. I went and saw her not that long ago. Well, Jonathan Earl, I don't dislike suspenders inherently, but I do think I'd rather have overalls. I do have one pair of overalls, just don't have them on right now. Talk about something important. Okay. The skinless corpse is coming for me. My fate is sealed. Well, Foreskin Gamer 28. What kind of games can you play with your foreskin? Does your foreskin play checkers, for example? What kind of guitar do I have? I have an LTD guitar. It stands for Let's Totally Do Stuff. That's what it stands for. The Let's Totally Do Stuff Guitar Company. I could play the guitar so you could hear what it sounds like. To do that, I'll turn on this amplifier here, which makes the guitar louder with this. No, wait, softer. No, wait, louder. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It is almost out of batteries. I'm getting a little bit of amplification, but not much. I need another 9-volt battery for the guitar because it's got an active pickup. Anyway, I guess that another 9-volt down the tubes. This is probably why I thought was a pretty good deal for that guitar. It was used, but obviously hadn't been owned by one guy for years and years and years or anything like that, I suspect that he decided to sell it and get a different guitar because he got sick of changing 9-volt batteries. So I'm trying to think of something important to talk about, but I currently I've got a couple of possibilities in mind, but I haven't adequately settled on what comprises important. Thank you, KS, for commending my sense of humor. I love commendations. Well, yeah, I don't mind changing the batteries. I'd like, both this one and the one before this one, both like it burned through them super quick. I'm not sure why. But, well, thanks, Wida. Hi, sir, to you too. Um, the battery before that lasted quite some time. But anyway, the only issue is that I don't have any more 9-volt batteries at the moment because I've used them all up. So the takeaway from that is I need to get more 9-volt batteries at the store. Pretty exciting story, huh? The gist of it, to recap the story, is I don't have any more 9-volt batteries and I need to get more from the store. Oh, is that why? Thank you for that. That's extremely helpful, Full Metal Chad. I will keep that in mind. That must be why. That explains things. I will unplug it every time from now on. That's super helpful information. Thank you for that. That's got to be it. Because, even though I've had this guitar and this amp for a while, it's not until relatively recently that I began playing it plugged in with the amp turned on. Because it's pretty loud for an electric guitar. It's kind of like pseudo hollow body. I don't know, but I don't know what you call it. It's got a cut in the front, like a little hole shape. So, and I was in the habit of playing an acoustic guitar before I got the guitar, so I wasn't in the habit of using amplification. So I just played that, even though it's an electric guitar, I played it without amplification for a long time, almost exclusively before I started getting in the habit of actually plugging it into the amp and turning it on. You take a mortal man and put him in control. All right, well, I don't want to do that, but I will if I have to. Why do I have to do that? What do I have to put this mortal man in control of? The chicken coop? Fine. No problem. Me? No, thank you. Is music my profession? Oh, no. Okay, yes. I am retired at the moment from a career in coaching competition flow debate. I don't make money either from YouTube or from music at all. But I like to do those things. I like to YouTube and I like to make music. I'm pretty good at playing music. Reggie Reagan, I am a lima bean. I'm not a soybean. Yeah, people amplify acoustic guitars. There are some guitars that are like the mirror of this one. What I have is an electric guitar that plays unplugged louder than a normal electric, more like an acoustic. But the more common variant is a regular acoustic guitar with some kind of pickuping scheme inside of it, and a hole that you could just plug into an amp right away, just directly like that. If you don't have that, then there's also these pickups you can buy that you put into the hole of your acoustic guitar, and then the cord comes out. Lastly, if you don't want to do either of those things, you can mic the acoustic guitar. So there's a lot of ways to get amplification on the acoustics. But let's pull a few more bong riffs here. And then let's think about maybe slipping back outside, doing a little bit more brooming. Are there electric ukuleles and banjos? I'm assuming there are, but I've not seen a lot of people playing either of those things live, so I'm not sure how they amplify. I do know that most banjos are mic'd, namely they don't have built-in pickups of any sort because it's got a different kind of body arrangement. It's kind of hard to see where you put the pickups on a banjo. Electric drums are a fairly common thing. My friend Corey used to have a electric drum kit that had a bank of different kits that you could set it on, and then you set it on this kit, then this would sound like if you set it on this kit, and this would sound like they'd have a different hi-hat or whatever. So that was pretty cool. That was convenient. It's more convenient than a regular drum set, additionally, because you can just run a line out, So recording it's a lot easier. I actually played on this really like boutique vintage drum kit from the 70s. It was also like super high end when it was made. And they actually had 1/4 inch plugs for each of the drums. And it had originally been set up with little mics inside of each of the drums. But those they didn't have those in them anymore, the little mics in them anymore. So that feature no longer worked on those drums. But that's very unusual. Most of the time, if you're playing real drums, you have to mic the kit, and that's a bit of a technical engineering undertaking, I forget what the kit was called, but it was some kind of high-end custom drum maker. Because this kid who was being my drummer, he had formerly been my middle school student, but he was such a good drummer. His dad or his parents were like in the music business and somehow so it was their friend's kid who died or something. I don't know. Am I fond of Am I fond of fallen notes? Am I fond of Hall notes? I think Daryl Hall is quite a brilliant songwriter, or was. He's got a number of great songs, and I mean it ages very well. It stands the test of time very well. His tracks, their hits are timeless, like Man Eater, right? It's got such a great melody in the verse, and you don't even remember that part, right? The verse actually is like dun, 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 dun. Ba-da-da-da-da. Dun, 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 dun. And people remember the chorus because it's easier to sing, but the verses are the part that's got a sick melody to it, really. Yeah, it's Maneater. But they've got a lot of good songs. They've got, No Can Do is a good song. Kisses on My List is a good song. Of the best things in life. Uh, yeah, memorable songwriting. You can hum and you can hum multiple of their songs. They also came up with that song, One on One, I Want to Play That Game Tonight. And they made Private Eyes, We're Watching You. Hi, Brazil, Marines. You're from the Amazon rainforest jungle. Well, wonderful to have you here. Welcome. Bienvenidos. I'm doing well. Not a whole lot is going on, Rahul Reader. I'm trying to do some brooming of some leaves. You think I'd like the band Ween? I don't feel particularly familiar with them, but for some reason I feel like saying I don't think I would like the band Ween. I'm not sure why I'm saying that. But I know I don't like their name. So I guess they got off on the wrong foot with me. I think their name is dumb. Yes, I am your mom. You are from Australia. Congratulations. Are you from right in the center of Australia? The answer is no. Nobody's. I know your country speaks Portuguese, but I don't know how to say welcome in Portuguese. I can only say it in Spanish. So I figure maybe it's the same word in Portuguese. Some of them are the same. Maybe that's one of them. You know what I'm saying? I can say Ronaldo. How about that? That's Portuguese for washed up old soccer player. I also hope Rachel is doing well. Last I checked, she was doing fine. And she was in the bed in the master bedroom. And last update on my end, she was even listening in to this live stream. You live in the jungle. Do you find yourself frequently singing, "Welcome to the jungle. This is where I live"? Or no, or not so much. Hi, Trouble. You want to go inside? Be my guest. Go inside. See if I care. All right, let me push this a bit first. It's a good start. Okay, well, that's a bit of a start. Let's go down here and get the broom. That's fine. Your English is fine. I'm not worried about people having perfect English. I don't have perfect English myself, so. That he who is without grammatical error cast the first stone. And that's nobody, okay? Nobody except Jesus. Everybody else has at least occasionally made an error of grammar or diction. Only Jesus was without grammatical sin. Yes, he spoke contemporary English. Recent reinterpretations of the Bible have proven it to be the case. If, in fact, Jesus didn't speak English, then why is the Bible written in English? Answer me that, answer. So I thought it was a pretty big relief when I found that out, that Jesus spoke contemporary American English with a flat Midwestern accent. I thought, Aramaic was sounding pretty foreign to me. It just sounds like a foreign thing, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with foreigners. I'm joking, of course. I'm none of those characters. I'm infinitely diverse in every way. All right, wow, look at us go, making progress on the Migginya. What you say is the Migginya. This is the Migginya. The sweeping of this walkway. Or, if you prefer, the brooming of it. I prefer to say brooming because it's the wrong verb. It's cute, endearing. Go away, bug. You are not endearing. Nobody likes bugs. Nobody wants no bugs in their pudding. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a bug scientist does. Or somebody who likes to eat a lot of bugs. But that's it. Nobody else wants no bugs in their pudding. Alright, so let's bring you back over here now that I've left that spot. Did you miss me? I wasn't that far. I was right here. As you see, we're making good progress, but we've got some real leaf accumulation here. That's going to need to put into a what now? That's right, a pile. Jesus got too much riz for grammatical mistakes. Ooh, I'm an ENFJ now. When did I become an ENFJ, Melissa? Rachel's an INFJ. I'm not an ENFJ. I know that with all this charm and likability, it's an easy mistake to make. But I am, in fact, an ENTP. So, that means pretty good job, me, for sweepers. Because, well, I mean, I put off cleaning all this around here, the driveway and everything, for months and months. But I finally got around to it. And gosh darn it, but I plan to complete this task. Not just do like 3 parts of the driveway and 1 part of the walkway and then quit. I believe in myself. I believe I can fly. I've got no good reason to believe that, but I believe it anyway. It's called faith, everybody. Faith, okay? A little something, maybe a little someone named Jesus might know about. Have you thought about that, maybe? That's right. I'm talking about that Jesus. The one from a long time ago. That's right, that guy. He gets us. According to those advertisements I see. All of us, even me. I'm like, well, what is there to get exactly? I mean, am I being enigmatic? And Jesus is like, now you're just being difficult. You know what they mean when they say he gets us. I'm like, yeah, I guess, but like, do we really need the ads? And Jesus is like, well, dumb evangelists know not what they do, Eric. Not like you're free of sin. I go, I know, but evangelizing is so dumb. And Jesus is like, I agree. You know, like you say, Eric, I'm going to quote you here. Christianity should be like Alcoholics Anonymous. Attraction, not promotion. But Christians have a long history of not listening to me, Eric. I know, Jesus, I know. I'm sorry about that. I mean, it's not my fault. I listened to you. It's okay, Eric, you're right, it's not your fault. That doesn't mean you're without sin. I didn't say that, Jesus. And I didn't say you did say. So, okay, and please don't take my name in vain. That wasn't in vain. It was a direct address to you. Okay, I guess you can make that argument, but are you being honest? It could be honest. It makes sense. If I'm talking to you, that I would use a direct address. But were you actually doing that, Eric? Listen, Jesus, let's get back to a different topic here. You're getting sidetracked. Is that any way to talk to your Lord and Savior? Well, it's the same. I talk this way to everybody, Jesus. So, all part of my whole egalitarian shtick. Can you ever stop being so glib, Eric, and take anything seriously for once? What are you, an INFP? All right. And that's a one-act play called Eric and Jesus Talk About Stuff. Oh, I can, for sure, Randy. I can definitely disagree with Scripture. I am not going to abdicate my moral responsibility to embrace those things which are correct, regardless of the source, and to reject those things that are incorrect, regardless of the source. The Bible, written by Jesus' dumbass friends, is no exception. know it's a little loud. Just bear with me for a second. I'm just gonna get a couple of quick things. Alright, good. I know that was loud. I'm sorry. It's all over now. You can pull your head up underneath your blanket. It's going to be fine. Let's go inside and take a little break. Wee-hoo! It's hot outside. Listen. Those aren't planks in my eyes, okay? It's planks constant. Big difference. I hear you. Eat your food. You do not need me to wash before you can start eating your food. It's ridiculous. Be sensible, kitty. Be a sensible kitty. Don't be a sensible bitty. Such a long and plaintive meow. Yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Boy, oh boy. It is hot as a witch's tit out there. I'm going to change out of this sweatshirt. This sweatshirt. Hi, Rachel. I'm just changing it into a different shirt.
If you don't have any, there's some in the dryer.
I'll go grab a shirt from the dryer. That's a good place to get a shirt from. So let's go look in the laundry room, where we will locate a couple of different things here. One, a washing machine, and this here is a dryer. As you see, we've got a shirt right here that you put on. That'd be fine. It's a little small, but it's fine. I should take off the sweatshirt off camera so my fleshy skin doesn't mar your eyes with its lewdness. Mother, mine eyes have been marred by his lewdness. Oh, Angela, I told you to look away. Your fleshy lewdness offends us all. Fleshy lewdness is a good name for a porn star, I think. Would you want to watch a pornography featuring a star named Fleshy Lewdness? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We don't have Discord. You're not scaring anyone away from this chat, okay? People stay here even when they find me and what I'm doing sufficiently entertaining. It had nothing to do with you whatsoever. And even then, it doesn't always have to do with me. As I've learned, sometimes it's just random factors. Okay. It is long past time to put these drinks in the fridge. Yeah. Oh, hair all day. Ah. There. Okay. Put these drinks in the fridge. Let's put these drinks in the fridge like Art Linkletter's kids. No, I'm not saying Art Linkletter put his children in the fridge. I'm saying Art Linkletter's children put drinks in the fridge. While we're waiting for them to get cold, I'll have to select another beverage. I'm not sure what I'm... See, it's like... I don't want these because they're cold. Rachel and I are playing, let's neither of us drink this so we can save it for the other person. So just sitting here. Rachel usually wins that battle. Eventually I'll drink it, but I'm hoping I'm going to win this battle this time. We do have good people, good vibes. You know, there's nothing shady about and this channel or this stream, me or Rachel. You know, we are just normal people, you know, we're not weirdos. Hi, Ichigo Kurosaki. What is there a timetable on that, Ray? At some point in my life, from now until death, yes, I'm sure I will, but not in the foreseeable future. Certainly not while streaming. All in all very appropriate. You use that line a lot. You're 46. Ray Lee says, it looks like you were dying. Does it? That's an interesting observation. Is that how you diagnose everybody you encounter? Like, from perfectly well to dying? And do you have any particular criterion you use for that? Like, is there some specific cue that I could look for in other people so I could know when they're dying? Well, Ichigo Kurosaki, I'm not dying. I'm well. And I want to say to you, Konnichiwa, Ohio, Moshi Moshi, and Wakarimashita. I just made that quote up. It wasn't really a quote for our letter, or whoever I said it was from. I just said, I was just making up a rhyme. I don't remember the way it came about. If it's true that Arc Linkletter said that at some point, then that's just a wild coincidence. Here is a garbage bag. This garbage bag will replace the one I took out of the trash can near my chair to take up to the curb for today's garbage man experience. On Mondays, we enjoy a fully immersive garbage man experience, where the garbage man comes over to our house, picks up the garbage, puts it into his truck, and puts our cans back emptied of their garbage. All I gotta do is take it up to the street and then back down when the trash goes away. I hope all your endeavors bring you treasures of knowledge and knowledge of treasures. It's a good quote, sure. I like it. I think may you always win all the fabulous prizes is a good blessing. Or you could modify it to may you always and only win the fabulous prizes. It's a good one. How about this quote? It doesn't take a duck to know Christmas ain't for beavers. It doesn't take a duck to know Christmas ain't for beavers. I think it's a good quote. It sounds like it might mean something. Let's all make up quotes that sound like they might mean something but don't mean anything. For example, for every onesie twosie, there's a mother who's super choosy. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, then conditionality and conjunction would be sweet and crunchy, respectively. What is Gregory in Disguise about? It's just about a guy who's in disguise and doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. And then, he wants to confront the men who are always telling lies, but when he tries to confront them, they run away. So he dresses up in a disguise and is going to sneak up on them so he can yell at them and hold them accountable for their meow. Yes, well, that's because Nangelatos says, what is Gregory in Disguise about? So I was telling him by quoting some of the quotes and lyrics, someone paraphrases. If door hinges were oranges, then oranges would be if door hinges were oranges, then oranges would be doranges. Am I a logophile? Well, I wouldn't use that word, but I try not to be quite so English teachery in my enthusiasms about words, but I guess it comes through. Right. If door hinges were oranges, then oranges would be doranges. I'm not gonna help you, okay? No, I decline your request for help. You get this help, zero help. Okay, how about that? I mean, oh, what do you need help with? Would you like me to help you move? But you're Indian. I don't care. What difference does that make? I'm Indian too. You don't hear me asking you for help. You're just a troll. If you don't have a sense of humor, it just isn't funny. I like that line. Try not to be any kind of file. I don't mind being a nail file. I'm drunk and listen to a poop head. Life doesn't get any better than this. All right. I'm I'm not gonna be disagree with you, Juge, that right now is pretty good. I'm enjoying right now. I would say I've had better moments than right now before. Okay. You need to be put on meow meow, I think. Pluviophile is someone who enjoys rain and rainy days and may find peace and joy in them. Pluviophile may be fascinated by the sights and sounds of rain. Hmm. Well, it's good to know. I'll be sure to use that word next time I encounter one such person. I don't know if it was this morning or one of the times recently when I woke up, I found myself thinking of the word bereft. I'd like to use the word bereft more, like, but how can we meow when this is bereft of meow? Eric, what makes you think a person is an INFJ when you first meet them? I don't do that, Jeremiah Fix. For most types, there's nothing specific that jumps right out and makes me pay attention to what type they are. I don't naturally go through life typing people. INFJs are a type that there's not going to be anything that tells you they're an INFJ when you first meet them, right? They're not going to be revealing enough intentional information for you to draw any conclusions about that. What do you think? Um, I have no opinion about that, really. You know, everybody has the capacity to change their last name legally if they want to, so they could do that. Do I specialize in it? Yeah, I specialize in a lot of things. What? That's not what specialized means? Don't worry about it. It's fine. I got a definitional pass on the term. So, yeah, I do talk about typology some. I used to talk about it a lot more. But by profession, I was a competition flow debate coach. So, what that means is I'm a little bit of an expert on a lot of things. Being a competition flow debate coach is all about having a wide and deep knowledge plus the ability to research things very quickly and cut cards and stuff quickly out of a disparate array of sources on a variety of topics, right? So I'd like to say by destiny a statesman. I don't like to debate at all. I was a very effective debate coach, but debate's a sport, right? So I think that being correct is vastly more important than playing a sport once you're dealing with other grown-ups. I don't debate things. I sometimes I explain mostly at this point in my life. I explain, for example, why a given policy issue hasn't resolved, why it continues to be divisive or something like that. I might explain what the correct position on any given clearly articulated, say, advocacy or plan or affirmation or whatever, what the correct position on that is and why. Um, for things that, I mean, I can't think of hardly anything worth debating with anybody unless if I were to be able to debate an opponent candidate on the campaign trail or something. Because in almost every instance, I need to remediate, not debate. Do I like Jordan Peterson? I don't dislike him, but I don't respect him as an intellect. Grieving is an act of love. Boo hoo hoo, I totally miss you, because grieving is an act of love. Like some sort of 50s song. Yeah, like as in remedial meow. I need to explain a bunch of basics to them that they don't understand at all, whereas they think they're ready to debate me about something. People who don't like, let's say you're a tough guy who's won some fist fights and stuff, and you might get a big head. Let's say you've gotten into lots of fights, but you've only ever fought the other regular people in fist fights, and you win every single one of them. And you might think, you know, that's what fighting is. And then you come across an actual professional MMA fighter, not just a, but like the very best of them. And you quickly learn that what you thought was fighting was just you flailing around like an idiot. You're not remotely prepared to stand on the street going toe to toe with this MMA guy who immediately puts you in various submission holds, etc. Right? But so it's like if that this is the case for just about anybody. If they want to debate me about something, then probably they ought to learn from me. But if not, then we need to figure out that both, yes, we're in disagreement about a core substantive issue worth debating, and yes, you're qualified to debate the other side of it adequately. Then fine, we'll do a debate on it. No problem. But generally, with internet debates, what you have is something that is nothing resembling a debate. There's no clear resolution or plan or advocacy or affirmation. There's not even a clearly delineated affirmation and negation. Often you'll have, I'm affirming this, well, I'm affirming this. You can't debate like that. That's just idiocy. And if you think tough men are dangerous, wait until you see what weak men are capable of. Yeah, that's really something. Well, you have to be super knowledgeable about debate, and you have to be broadly knowledgeable about possible topic areas. You don't necessarily have to know a shit ton of specifics about this this manifestation of the immigration debate, as long as you're familiar with all the arguments around that topic area. Let's pull some bone I agree. Nobody ever accomplished anything without pulling a few paragraphs. Clean your room. That's right. Yeah, that's really saying something. Better a hard truth than the sweetest smoke blown. But even better than either of those is just pure naturally occurring ignorance. I don't want you to blow me smoke up my ass, but if I'm completely ignorant of something, you don't have to blow any smoke up my ass. Cheers. Cheers, Smash 420. Are you using Smash in the colloquial young people way of meaning, well, is that what you mean there by Smash? Because, hey, you should never smoke marijuana while having sex. You might burn yourself. Hi, Bren underscore heart. Ganja Monte Studio. Am I related to Dave Attell? No. What happened with my age restriction thing? I'm not sure. I mean, what I ended up doing, okay, here's the answer. I ended up deleting all the age restricted videos that I had in the live. It was the only place I had them, was in the live stream. So I deleted all the ones that were age restricted. And going back to like December 2023, I didn't go back any further than that. Do I? Do I look like David Tell? Do I sound like David Tell? Is David Tell? Is David Tell the guy after whom Amy Schumer named a baby? A woman once asked if I smoked after sex. I replied, I'm not sure. I've never looked. That's a silly joke, but I like it. I feel you would too, Melissa Montague, and that's entirely your prerogative. You may find yourself drifting back here now and again and saying, that was pleasant enough that I might drift back there and again. In which case, won't we both be gratified for that? Uh I currently am adjusting in different ways. I am adjusting um to the persnicketiness by avoiding getting in trouble, like keeping the language a little cleaner, but not always, but trying not to show any smoking on camera or any weed plants on camera or anything. Trying to avoid talking about maybe certain very triggery topics or certain like words that they might not like for example FENTEN. Yeah. Can you smoke crack and weed at the same time? Maybe you could. I guess you probably. I mean, you don't smoke it the same way. It's like you apply heat directly to the weed, whereas you can typically hit a glass, like what do you call it, a little scooper section of glass. So in other words, there's glass between the crack and the fire. I mean, I've only smoked crack one time, one night, a long time ago when I was like 20 years old or something. I smoked crack for one full night long. You tend to unintentionally disturb others. You know what, Melissa Montague? I have this same, what you might call, distress about that kind of thing. Like when I talk to my psychiatrist, I've said it a couple of times things like, well, hopefully uh, I wasn't too annoying. Or like I'll like bite my tongue and he'll be like, well, what are you doing? And I'll be like, I'm just trying not to talk too much or be annoying. And it's like, why do you think you're annoying? And I'm like, I don't know. I've certainly had, not so much nowadays, I guess, but I've heard that plenty in my life from various parties. So I try to be more graceful than I used to be. You also have a psychiatrist. Anyway, he's like obviously saying, "No, Eric, I don't dislike you. I I don't find you cringe and eye rolly or whatever. And it seems like you've internalized some unfortunate narratives about yourself." And those weren't his words, but I don't remember exactly what he said about it really, except to say like, "No, you need to stop being so yeah" or something. I don't remember what the fuck he said. Basically, he said, "I affirm you, Eric." And I was like, "Okay, thank you for affirming." But it's a defense. It's a preventative defense mechanism or something like that. Do you enjoy shocking people? I think you like challenging people. I don't know if I enjoy shocking people. I am rather iconoclastic, so I tend to, where there are correct positions that are unpopular, I tend to harp on those. Um, if I lived with mature plus 35, I feel secure, says Rahul Leader. Reader. Well, um, I would say about that, that's probably not a good way to entice anybody. People don't necessarily want to fill that role that you want them to fill for you. Although maybe some people do, but like I never imagined that Rachel and I would play out as we have when I first, you know, made progress with Rachel and got her to come to California, etc. Hey, well, Rahul Reader, good for you. I mean, I guess there are women who want that, but I don't know. There definitely are stupid questions. Like, what time is that color? Kind of a stupid question. What time is what color? Red. I apologize unreservedly. Oh my God. You bastard. Wait, is that what you said? You said you did? I am so sorry. Oh my God. Did I just call you a bastard? England, I am so very, very sorry. I do hope you can forgive me, even though I'm a bloody Yank. It's my British accent. One of my many British accents. Do you know what one of the songs I like a lot is? The song by Jim Croce, "If I Could Save Pee in a Bottle." The lyrics of which are, "If I could save pee in a bottle, the first thing that I'd want to do is save all my pee in these bottles right here, then give all those bottles to you." Of course, they'd be given to you in a wrapped box. with a bow on it. And the gifter would hide around the corner and hope to see you look so surprised and about ready to jump out and say, "Oh, do you like it?" When he sees that your reaction is not what he anticipated. And then you overhear him saying, "Oh my God, are these bottles of piss?" And you realize, maybe he didn't like it. I shouldn't have listened to that Jim Croce song so much. How stoned is Eric? On a scale of meow to meow or what? Like stoneder than a bread box? Eric, I will make you eat Rosagulia. I don't want no Rosagulia. I don't even know what that is. Jim Propey. Good one, Sin. I like that silly joke of yours. It's a good one. Hey, it's Sean Giesbrecht again. I remember you, Sean Giesbrecht. Okay, look. Apparently, Randy, you haven't read the scripture because if you did, you'd know that that's about alcohol. And I haven't drank any alcohol for 10 and a half years. I'm sober. I have been for over a decade. So don't misrepresent what the scripture says. It refers clearly to alcohol and not to this. So don't lie. Lying about your purported holy scripture, it seems pretty shady shit, dude. I'm not an asshole. You just don't like my vision of Christianity. I just think yours is wrong. I neither like it nor dislike it. Listen, boo, 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 boo. I think that you're wrong, boo, 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 which means that you are wrong because I am correct about that. Good for you, NC Matt. Good job, you. I tell you who defines it, Full Metal Chat, the same person who defines everything. A little someone named Jesus. Indian fan. All right, so does that mean you're a fan of Indians? A fan from India? Um, but there's so much can be made of this name here. Are you like a fan like this kind of fan? Are you a fan of the Cleveland Indians? Now the Guardians. You're also in sobriety. Wow, look at all the sober people around here. Hey, NC Matt KS, let's not party, rock and roll. Why is this disappointing? What's disappointing? Only thing without sins is Jesus. What about a napkin? We all have sins and make mistakes. May Almighty Lord have mercy upon us all. Well, thanks, Barat, for your input. Sean Giesbrecht says, I'm an alcoholic who can't afford alcohol. Well, it's probably a good thing for you not to drink it then. Probably the reason you can't afford it is because you spend all your money on booze. But, if you self-identify as an alcoholic, you should try to quit. But probably don't want unsolicited advice from me. Be like, shut up, old man. I don't need to hear you all bitching. You ain't my mom, MFA. That's probably what you're saying. Okay, well. Randy says, you'd be more loving if you spent time in God's Word. Okay. Well, I guess from that I can conclude that you believe in the status quo. I'm inadequately loving. Oh yeah, being an alcoholic is incredibly bad, hard for me. For me it was incredibly hard on my body, incredibly hard on my soul. I made bad decisions, etc. Regardless of all of the stuff I just said, I somehow managed to be very successful in my career, even though I was an alcoholic every minute I wasn't at work, you know. Marijuana is not an addiction, really. It's something I'm certainly habituated to. I would cluck my tongue if I had to go without it. But it's much easier to stop smoking marijuana, say, for a couple of days than it is to stop smoking cigarettes. Way easier. I mean, the thing is, it's it, for all of the things that people get addicted to. One of the reasons why they get addicted to them is because they are effective at what benefits they offer, right? So there are some things that offer benefits in ways that are addictive, like cigarettes, that have a vastly different ontological profile than something like alcohol. Alcohol, being an alcoholic was life destroying, soul destroying, spirit and self destroying, you know, physically rough on me and in all ways horrible and bad and like just miserable, frankly. Smoking weed is much more like smoking cigarettes. We look at smoking cigarettes, it's at least as strong an addiction. I did quit smoking cigarettes April 27th, but uh, I still think about them every day. The same is not true of alcohol anymore, but it's been a little longer. Oh, I did, Matt. I asked Matt G apparently if I wanted him to be my boyfriend. And did you give me an answer at the time, or are you returning now to give me the answer? I don't recall saying this, but I naturally, of course, assume you must be telling the truth. Well, just because you didn't experience benefits and did experience harm from weed does not mean that others' experiences are the same. That's why I stressed for me regarding alcohol. That's how it was for me. Oh, you're not gay. Okay. Why are you gay? Says Squiggle Swaggle. I'm not gay. I am a happily married heterosexual man. Which years were my peak alcohol years? Well, I mean, it got the worst towards the end. So, like, the worst years of my alcoholism were the last couple of years, which were ages 40, 41, part of 42. Okay, what are those harmful effects, Jerry? Okay, get this guy timed out already. You tied him. Actually, I don't, Matt G. Unfortunately, you're not going to get any traction on that because I live out isolated out here in the woods with my gorgeous younger wife, Rachel, and she's my third wife. Did I time you out? Not yet? Okay. Well. Are you that, Matt G? Matt G? I'm curious too. Thanks, Melissa Montague, for noting that yes, I do have 18.1 thousand subscribers, which, 18,000 subs and $5 will get you a cup of coffee. It's not, in my opinion, Sean. There are multiple ways that a person can self medicate, or you might just say reward oneself, right? We all of us make temporal bargaining arrangements with ourselves. Like, okay, well, I will be very thrifty for these 2 weeks, save as much money as I can, and then hopefully before I get my next paycheck, I'll have this much left by then and be able to afford to get this. We all make this kind of temporal bargaining arrangements with ourselves. No, I didn't. Not neither of my divorces cost me a dime. They weren't my fault, so I should have to pay for anything. And I didn't. No, you can't, Jimmy. It's not 100% impossible that I might vote for Kamala Harris, but I uh, I don't really know anything about her at the moment, and I don't think I will. I don't. I don't like the fact that she's a former prosecutor for one thing. How long till the apocalypse? I like that question, Matt. I like that question a lot. People do tend to get into religious arguments over silly things. Okay, but that's not a good enough reason for me to vote for her, even if that were true, Jimmy. I'm only going to vote for somebody. I'm not going to vote against somebody. Telling me that Mia is the better of two candidates is basically saying be fine with voting against the worst one. Well, I'm not fine for voting against anybody. I'm only going to vote for somebody who I actually think deserves my vote, and I don't think Kamala Harris deserves my vote. I don't. I know Trump doesn't deserve my vote. So, yeah, there you go. Black lives matter? Do they? Do do they matter in the sense that when in a way that differs from how other lives matter? I'm not sure. You hate what argument? It's not an argument, big dog. I have a right to vote, not a duty to vote. Voting is not like jury duty. I have a civic duty to do jury duty. I have a civil right to vote. So I can choose to also choose not to vote. And I'm not telling you this is how you should think about it. I'm telling you I don't want to do that. I'm not giving you any rationale saying that it's good to not want to do that. I'm just stating my position on it. Ask the clan in Coweta County in Georgia about my gangster. Who's your gangster? Gay mean male plus male? Yeah, I guess so. I guess lesbian means female plus female. Are those the symbols for male? Sean, your brain creates DMT naturally. And that's why I'm licking it. Okay, just pretend your brain's a toad and go back to sleep. Okay. Black Lives Matter. Let me just tell you. Please get away from Kendrick Lamar's genius writing. You have no business handling it because you're a dumbass. My wife's 39, you dumbass. Yes, she looks young and hot for her age. That's not my fault. So that's what Black Lives Matter did an excellent job today coming in here and demonstrating for us all what getting schooled looks like. It looks like what just happened to him. Not only did I school him, but I'm able to dictate the terms of the mic drop moment because I hit his ass and I can have another thing to say about it. And you know what? I'm happy that he's so sad about it. Who has been a big influence for me? Well, there who's been a big influence for me? I guess you could say that I've been influenced in different ways by different parties. So you could say that I've been influenced by musically by certain bands. I've been influenced in terms of my character by certain specific people. I've been influenced in my thinking about stuff by certain intellects that I read or whatever. I mean, Obama should have been good, but he wasn't. You could talk about who substantial influences that, you know, instead of being an influence in kind of how I think or talk or anything like that, you could say an influence in by just having done this one thing that turned out to have a significant impact, maybe outsized with its expected impact given the nature, the scope of the thing, right? So if I were going to say after that kind of, after that kind of like breaking down different ways in which you can approach the question, I would say in terms of having an influence on a positive influence on my character, I would say both my mom and my dad, my best friend Dave, my oldest friend Dave. I I think those three people more than anybody else had positive impact on my character. Um, in terms of my competency, this mentor teacher, Mr. Samuelson, who had a very strict and demanding approach towards running a classroom and who made me learn to do it that way. He was one of the most influential people upon me in terms of getting me to be more disciplined, serious, you know, more professional, more competent, etc. Um, intellectually, which is the only place where you're going to hear particularly any names that you know. Intellectually, um, it's really tricky for me to talk about substantial intellectual influences because I may have had some when I was young, because when I was young, I hadn't done sufficient research to kind of see how everything links with everything. So it's like it gets increasingly hard, even with the progression of human understanding, it gets increasingly hard to encounter arguments about what you might call evergreen policy areas, you know? It becomes increasingly difficult to find arguments in those areas that you haven't heard some form of recycled in some way. And you get to understand how every argument collapses in certain ways just on certain questions, you know? No, I never did listen to Art Bell, but I do watch the Y Files, and that guy from the Y Files, he's a big fan of Art Bell's Coast to Coast. I never even heard about it before watching Y Files. I think eventually the U.S. and the U.K. will have to take on China and possibly Russia, but I don't think China will be as lethal because they haven't got any real military experience. Well, they've got nukes, so you don't need to have particularly good aim when you've got nukes, you know. It was formative years. So in my formative years, intellectually, I would say Robert Pirsig was a big influence, not particularly uh, leading to a lot of resolution of core questions, but engaging me in a lot of the core questions that I would later go on to find myself much more meaningfully informed about. So, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance is the book I tend to cite when I'm talking about intellectual influences. The thing is, musical influences, I would talk about some. I would say that I'm still being influenced and growing musically, and I could name some recent things. I don't feel the need to link back to youth in quite as much as I do with intellect. But I'm going to try to think of some more recent person that I've encountered and read or listened to that was influential in terms of my intellectual stuff. Um, there was this one guy that I don't remember what his name was. I don't think I really ever read anything by him, but I read a fairly detailed analysis of his basic ideas. Um, Most of it was nothing new. Ultimately, it was just new names for concepts that people want to make more complicated than they are. They're functions of language, you know. But regardless, the one thing I heard from him that I liked a lot was this idea of agency expressing as a resolution of free energy within a system, which is like a physics sense of free energy within a system, like energy that must go someplace, right? And there was more to the whole thing than that. But reading that, I copped that idea for the prime directive because part of that idea said something about like expectations, etc. And that's where I said, like, okay, well, that now I have a missing piece of the typology puzzle here because I understand that there's a single prime directive. Now everything falls into place. Now a cognitive function stack is a strategy to do what? Yeah, if you don't have an answer to that question, how can you say it's a strategy, right? And it needs to be a single answer that every cognitive function stack can be an answer to. And so the answer is to close the gap between expectations and actualities. Every possible function stack, of which there are 16 possible stacks, represents a prioritization of certain attentional approaches as a means of dealing with reality, right? Like, um, which means as a way of upholding the prime directive. So you've got like Rachel, first she knows and then she interfaces. Me, first I act and then I deliberate in terms of my stack order, not in terms of actual order or paying attention in the moment, right? But the point is that to prioritize as an absolute top priority, knowing with your intuition, which is to say, knowing externally in a sort of disinterested fashion what the actual identity of a thing external to you is. Um, it requires you to have a complementary way of paying attention, interfacing in the mix because just as you can't, because interface is action taken that assumes it's not turn based. And so, accordingly, if it's not turn based, and it can't be turn based, that's what you need to know. Knowing is instantaneous. With turn based, you can stop and think about your move take your turn, and then the other person can stop and think about their move, take their turn, etc. Right? Uh, but with certain other things, you can't stop and think what you're going to do because it's dynamic in real time. There's the other team's player is running to steal the ball from you or something. You can't just say, wait, hold on, I haven't decided what to do yet. Because it's not turn based, right? So the point I'm getting at is that if you are engaged in something that is going to be dynamic, interfacey, you need to be real time responsive, then you need to do the deciding part of it instantaneously rather than deliberatively. Instantaneous deciding is what we call knowledge or determining, whereas deliberated out deciding is what we call deliberation. So, since Rachel knows first, the instantaneous one, that necessitates that her other ego block function, is the same as socionics, be an interface function. And all the other functions are implied structurally by those two. I don't remember what prompted me to start talking about that. And I think that's as far about as I was going to go with it. You have to be in the know. You got to know the right people at the right time in the right place for the right reasons and for the right length of time, for the right duration. Then maybe you can get a coupon. Well, Sen, it may be the case that we've established neurologically through scans or in some other fashion that we make decisions before we realize and act on that decision. Of course, it depends on how you define make decision. I would define making a decision as the same thing as realizing, updating the status from indeterminate to determined. Now, there's a theory of consciousness. Hi, Mr. Kartoffel. Fine. You just got greeted, okay? That's all the greeting you should need, and you should need no more. But here's a hello and a how do you do as well, just for overkill's sake. I saw a real ghost who was a woman and her legs was flipped. You mean her left leg was on her right half and her right leg was on her left half? IFs? You mean ifs modality? You mean like conditionality? Um, what was I? Oh, right. The theory of consciousness is called quantum consciousness that used to have been just thoroughly poo-pooed as pseudoscience nonsense, but regarding which there have been some recent studies that actually seem to suggest maybe there's something to it. And the reason it had been poo-pooed traditionally is because scientists said, well, how can a warm, wet environment like a brain produce a quantum, an environment that's conducive to a quantum field, which in like a quantum computer, they have to chill it down to almost absolute zero, right? Anyway, the idea of a person's consciousness expressing as the collapsing of superpositions into one actuality. In other words, collapsing or a state of quantum indeterminatedness into something determined. But it's easy, the thing is, there's no real reason to use all these quantum words, right? All we're really saying is that each way of paying attention is a way of actualizing one way of is a way of actualizing one of a couple of contingencies. We always know that right now I could either tilt this camera back so I'm better in frame, or I could step back a step so I'm better in frame, or I could choose to not care about that. I chose option two, right? So I collapsed that superposition, and it doesn't really matter exactly when or where the decision was made. The the evaluation of the contingencies, the establishment that there are different possibilities, is sufficient to establish upon the selection of one of those, or the collapsing of the contingencies into a singularity. That's it's sufficient to call that free will. That's how free will works, because we know time works one direction. So it's not like you need you. It's not like there's an understanding of free will that could occur if you could reverse time and do things over again. That doesn't really even make any sense as a possibility, because either only one person would have that power, in which case he'd reverse time for everybody, presumably except for himself. He'd retain the knowledge of it or something. I don't know. Regardless, the point is, the burden is on determinists to explain what free will would look like if we did have it in a unidirectional time universe like we live in. So, exactly when we're aware that we've made a decision in a way that we are conscious of is exactly how the linkage goes from being in a state of uncertainty into one of determinedness. Well, in this instance, the process was one of deliberation a bit. I slowed down to try to choose the right word because I wanted to make sure I knew where I was going when I started saying this. We could find brain electricity things, or some kind of one of those brain chemicals that does stuff or whatever. We could find explanations like that. We could try to establish that they occur before our linguistically expressed awareness of the event. But it's not any more meaningful than to say that because the engine responds on a slight lag, maybe even more or less imperceptible to me as the driver, but nevertheless occurs after it, that accordingly, the engine doesn't make my car go, my foot does. It's equivalent to saying that, right? So, yeah, the decision making process might have mechanics to it that you can look at in different ways. One of the mechanics you can look at is to just express it as um, in words is what it is, like ways of paying attention, and articulate how many ways of paying attention and why there are only that many ways, and not and how it and what it's comprehensive of. Or you can look at brain scans, and or you can look at, I don't know if there's some sort of like brain chemical scan or what, but whatever kind of data you want to look at. They all fall into two categories, though: something that's physical or something that's philosophical. Not physical, explanatory, without requiring physical mechanics. So, as long as you limit the scope of what you're trying to explain, in this instance, cognitive functions is attempting to explain comprehensively the ways in which people pay attention, and how those habits of paying attention represent personality types that in themselves represent the only acceptable, not ontologically violent way to group individual people into groups and judge them according to their group membership. There's no other way in all of human society or history or possibility to say Because you're in this group, I know this about you. Your group B, your race, your religion, your age, your gender, your sexuality. It could be anything like that, right? There's no acceptable good way to judge somebody by their group except one. Their personality type actually does inform you about a lot of things about them, and you don't have to even spoken one word to them to know those things as long as you are accurately informed about their type. um, like every other conceivable demographic, except maybe like newborn babies, you can reliably assume newborn babies cannot recite a soliloquy from Hamlet. I mean, there are specific exceptions, but if you think about the kinds of things you can say about a person without ever having spoken to them, just by knowing that they are if you are accurately told their type, boy, you can say an awful lot about them, about what they value, how they're likely to respond to certain kinds of questions, what they countervalue, where they're going to make their mistakes, where they're going to have their successes, what they're going to, assuming, say, no childhood abuse, what is going to be the cause of this one being sad and unsuccessful, or this one being happy and successful in terms of, like, for example, these two guys have different jobs. Other than that, everything about them is the same. One is sad, one's happy. Here are the possible jobs. Which one is doing which job, right? If you ask a question like that, you can get the answer very, very clearly. If you could account for all those variables, which is a lot to account for. All right, I need my glasses, which in the jolly old country of England are called my spectacles. It's true. So they call glasses in England. Have you got your spectacles? Like that. Have I got my spectacles? I don't know. Did I? Maybe. Perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm British. I'm just joshing with you, England. You know how I love you. I think England's great. You're a good stout ally of the United States. Sorry that we've been such dumbasses for such a long time. Sorry about George W. Bush. There's a whole world. I apologize for him. That fucking tart. I mean, not my fault, but I still apologize for it. Why? Because, as I said, that fucking tart. What's this? It's a big plate of leaves. How fun. There the WMDs are. They were under my welcome mat the whole time. That's where Iraq left them. Right. The other pile. You can't be done picking up the piles if you only pick up one of the piles. Then you've only picked up the pile. And that's just lying because there are actually two piles. So you have to pick up a pile. Then we'll go back inside, don't worry. And once we go back inside, I will read your chats out loud. I will laugh. I will share a moment of bonding with you. There'll be lots of tenderness. You're gonna love it. You know how you love tenderness. Well, I've got the tenderest tenderloins at the tenderness store. If I could take pee in a bottle, the first thing that I'd want to do is pee all my pee in these bottles right here, and then send all my pee-pee to you. Here's some more pee, you know you love it. Just like you wanted, here's some more pee for you now. All right, that's good enough. What am I, cleaning up cooking surfaces? Is this thing dead from being killed by my cats? Are you alive? Come on. No, it's dead. Well, dead lizard. I'm sorry my cats killed you. I am mad at them about it, but fortunately there will not be any murder trial. You're never going to get any justice except for this small apology. I'm sorry for my cat's bad behavior. Goodbye, dead lizard. Those cats. Can they just live in peace with their environment? Do they really need to be little adorable murderers all the time? I wish they didn't. But I talked to them about it on a few occasions and they continue to insist they do. What a terrible job you did over here. Look at all that shit on the driveway. Eric. You scoundrel. How dare you think you can get away with this half-assery? What would your dad say, Eric? What would your dead father say? He'd say, son, are you serious? I wouldn't really call this done, would you, son? Yeah, I would call it done, Dad. I see some over there. Okay, Dad, jeez. Why not get it then? Like how? I just gotta get more leaves on it. Okay, Dad. I'll push it, fine. Turns out all I really needed was for my dad to yell at me. Okay, well. Alright, this calls for a dustpan. I was hoping not to have to bust out the nuclear option here, but just get it done, Eric. Just do it and get it out of the way. Just get out the dustpan, scoop up this little bit of dust, and then do not let yourself get it any cleaner than this. This is clean enough. What are you, an ESTJ? It's just gonna get more leaves on it. So that's fine. Just like that is fine. Don't do it right now. Yes, shut up, Eric. Stop doing this. You're wasting time. You're just gacking out on little leaf specks. Just stop it. Nobody ever saved the world by gacking out on little bits of leaves. Let's put this back. I do not chew beetle nut now. I don't want to do that. I'm slightly interested in the thing. I've heard that it's kind of like a nicotine buzz, except it doesn't make you feel so pukey. I've never tried it. Okay, Barky, shut up already. Nobody asked you to bark, bark, bark. I pulled the bug out of the wall. Oh. That's not how you vacuum. That's called novice rookie mistake 101. Just come on. That's fine. That's good enough. All right, Let's take this back in the garage. Let's do it. Let's go. Okay. Now, let's go back inside the house. Where we'll read your chats, discuss your thoughts, inform our lives with wisdom, truth, and responsiveness that we can all appreciate. Did I leave anything out here I need to get? I don't think so. Alright, well, look at me go. Getting things done and everything. What kind of crazy world is this? I'm glad you're pleased to be here, Melissa. What percentage of people call you Mel? What percentage of people call you Lissa? What percentage of people call you Elissa? And are there any people who just call you Sa? Don't answer that question, hashtag weirdo. What was the question? I don't know what the question is. Let me go scroll up, maybe you'll learn something if you look, Eric. Oh no, you're access to no, I don't know. Whatever shall I do? You're a full girls group in Neverwinter. Neverwinter sounds like it might be what? Something to do with World of Warcraft? Or a similar game? D&D thing? Cool. That can look like a tail type of one. That's a very good Craftsman vacuum. I gotta eat something. I'm hungry. I think I might cook something rather than just microwave something, you know. Which means, of course, what? It means I'm gonna cook some rice. I'm gonna cook some rice like it ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. Because this is a rapping song, it ain't no thing. And eat some of these salamis as they tide me over. Get me through to when the rice is ready. I just know how to eat one of these cheeses. Okay, now, rice all around. Cook rice in the other pan. I'm sure you started this fucking thing up before. Let there be light. Look at all that light. Wow. Now that's a well-lit kitchen. Hold on. Let's start cheddar. Or maybe it's medium. It's not mild. Mm-hmm. We got a lot of light in here. And we need it because there's a lot of darkness to drive away. Alright, so this is called loading the dishwasher with dishes that are currently in the sink. I'm going to try to do this while preserving the spot for the pot that I'm going to clean by hand, because I can put it in here once I'm done cooking the rice and just start this up at that point, you know? Now, fully without that pot, I'm just going to run it right now. This can now go back there, which makes it a little easier. That goes there. Let's see if there's any other obvious dishes anywhere. Need to go into the dishwashing machine. Device dedicated exclusively to the washing of dishes. We will get this mug, this glass. Let's see if there's anything else over here. If Rachel's listening, if she has any dishes near her, she could bring them in and would be appreciated. If she's not listening, well then she'll never know this, she'll never hear this. Oh. Thanks, darling. Okay, so now I'm not going to put this mug in the dishwasher after all, because I think I want more coffee already. I know I've already had a lot of coffee, but a little more coffee won't hurt. I'm just helping the hardworking men and women of the coffee growing, distributing, importing, exporting business, providing needed jobs for coffee growers everywhere. Okay, what are we going to put in this? Is this sufficient? Oh, I made coffee. I'll just drink my coffee. No, this is not coffee. This is horrible black stuff. This is how you make the coffee. But first you get the scooper of the coffee creamer. This is a heaping quarter cups worth. Okay, that's about right. A heaping quarter cups worth. After you stir it all in, you may decide it could use a little bit more. But, you know, a little bit more and fine. But don't also don't be shy about adding a little bit of milk. Milk's fine too. You just stick it right in here. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome. Thank you.
polite to one another.
We love each other.
We do. Because you and I know how to use our emotional hearts.
Yes, we do.
A lot of couples try to use one of their other hearts.
Yeah.
But not us. Not we. Oh, could you put a thing in there and start it? I forgot to put a thing in.
Then can I have a kiss?
Yeah, sure. Or give her a kiss, but I'm going to kiss her with what I like to call retarded lips. Okay? So you get to see what it looks like. You kiss with retarded lips. She doesn't like my retarded lips.
No, I still like
It's fine. No, it's fine. My lips got pretty Down syndrome there for a second. I'm sorry. You can scare my partners away sometimes. Baby, love me how I am.
I do.
Love me who I am.
Sorry.
I can't be probation. She'll come around, I'm sure. I have faith that she will love me despite my disability. So, for those of you who didn't hear the announcement, my name's Eric. I'm host Eric, talking with famous people, and the doctor the other day unfortunately diagnosed me as profoundly retarded, which means I have very severe developmental disabilities. I can't, like ride myself with. I gotta ride the bus, and I probably need supervision. I drool a lot. When I eat food, I tend to just ignore any utensils or chopsticks or what have you. Like that is how I eat usually. So now that I've gotten this diagnosis of profound retardation from the doctors, I'm like, wow, that explains a lot. Except, of course, I realized I can't understand the explanation thanks to the profound retardation. So I just thought I want to share this with the audience because it is a recent diagnosis. We've all been wondering what's wrong with me for a while now. Profoundly, yeah. I'm profoundly demanding. Fortunately, the speech impediment comes and goes. Sometimes, though, when the retardation finally goes into remission, my deafness begins to act up. So, anyhow, it's not real deafness, of course. One of my identities is as a fake deaf person. And, when that identity overtakes me, my point is, I'm just as bad as a real deaf person, but I can hear you. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum, hilarious comedy jokes. Cameron told me about some Tourette's victim who was on, I don't know, one of those shows like Jenny Jones or Raul Diego's Painting for Intuitives or something, one of those daytime talk shows things, And this person who had Tourette's, the thing that they shouted out was, "Oh my God, I'm on fire." Which is an extremely funny thing to shout out, right? So anyway, I was going down the street and, "Oh my God, I'm on fire!" Oh yeah? Well, I'm neurotypical, boring blonde. Okay, that's me. I'm regular bad thing. I'm bad, regular, undesirable thing. Whatever that is. I prefer to be the bad, regular, undesirable. That's why one time I took an IQ test online and I got 107 on it. So I really clung to that as my IQ score. When people say, "What's your IQ?" I say, "It's 107." I figure, hey, I'm doing pretty good for 107. I'm a high achieving 107. I'd rather be that than a low achieving 108. Eat something, Grandpa. Right, making food. That's what I was going to do. Thank you for reminding me, Smash 420. I do tend to get lost in the weeds a bit. I don't like the term neurodivergent or neurotypical. I think they're silly terms. It's like, here's, okay, well, how about this word for why I'm so special? I get it, you're so special, but I have autism, ADHD, and highly sensitive person syndrome. Plus, I see dead people. You know who sees the most dead people? The coroner. He sees dead people every day. He goes into work at the office, and what does he see? A dead person. Hey, what you doing, dead guy? He jokes as he walks in. Never mind, I know you can't reply because you're dead, says the coroner. And the good news is, even though he does it every day and it's not funny, there's nobody to cringe at his repetitive unfunniness because the only other people there are dead. That's right, this coroner works alone. That was one of the stipulations at the job interview. He said, "One thing, I work alone." And for whatever reason, LA County agreed to those terms. I guess the HR guy is like, that sounds so cool. Do you wear like a mask or anything? I just work alone. Okay. Anyway, you're hired. You seem like an excellent corner. You're just trying to save money on our lab assistant. That's not true. I just like his peppy spirit, you know? Very Clint Eastwood. That's not what Clint Eastwood sounds like. Okay, this is clean enough. I am not trying to have some kind of cleaner in here. I'm trying to sterilize beyond a reasonable doubt. Because why not? Because you've got this boil shit in here right now. So why are you even being so diligent as that, Eric? Be less diligent than that. Okay, to cook rice, we must start with getting some rice out. And here's the rice. Next, we will open the bag of rice. You get this. This is a cup of emptiness. We will fill it with rice. transforming it into a cup of rice. There, we've done so. Next, we put the rice away. Let's do it together. Where does it go? It goes right here. We close this. We turn our attention to the next ingredient in rice. Sure, rice is sometimes considered the main ingredient in rice, but there's another ingredient that's just as important as the rice. You might be surprised to learn the ingredient I'm talking about is everyday good old-fashioned American tap water. I'm going to get 2 cups of that using this 2-cup measuring device. And then we'll pour this water in ever so lovingly into the pot. Now you might think, wow, surely there can't be more than that, but there's a little bit more. We're going to get one of these sticks. These are all-purpose stirring, jostling, whatever sticks, okay? And we're going to just jostle this around. Just give it a little jostle, give it a little stir. And what this is going to do is going to break up any clumps of rice, and any rice that's floating in the status quo will do what it's supposed to do, which is sink. You don't want floating rice. In ancient Chinese cultures, if they saw a piece of rice floating on top of the water in their pot, they slaughter the entire village because it was considered an omen of bad luck. It said over 40 billion Chinese died that way in the Ming Dynasty alone. Okay, where is the lid for this? Where is the lid? Oh. Did I put the lid in there? Eric. That's how you won the stinkiest guy award for beans that just stink bottoms. Oh, you fool! You murdered us all! Alright, well. Everyone just chillax, okay? Now it's not the time to panic. I'll let you know when the time to panic is, should it arrive. Oi, 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 what a stinker I am. If I were Bugs Bunny, oh, look at that, that lid fits on this. Okay, good. That's much better than what I was thinking I was going to happen. I'll just use that one. So now you start the fire. Good. It's on. All the way hot. Put that for 8 minutes. Let it go just like that. We're going to return to the living room where we'll enjoy tea and biscuits with the Queen. Where I'll be able to read the chats and so forth. Why your AO? I don't know what that means. That's a propane stove. We don't have natural gas here. We have a propane tank out there. You're an INFJ. Well, that makes sense. I would say INFJs are the personality type most likely to enjoy me as a YouTuber. Yes, I can hear you, Sandy Char. My wife's an INFJ. We get along swell. We get along swimmingly, as they say. What does why your AO mean? I like that he keeps the stream going so chat can chat. Well, yeah, I do engage with the chat when I'm in here. I like to have some little doings going on as well to make it maybe slightly more productive than just yabbity yabbity all day. Someone got a coin for the slot. Uh-oh. Did I show my butt crack again? It's not my fault, everybody, okay? I try to hold my pants up as much as possible, but I have high hips syndrome. There are no best types, Goblin, okay? Every type is beautiful in its own way. We need and love all of the types. Well, Sandy HR, I actually have a lot more than 3 teeth. Mm, 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 mm. I have 12 teeth. Would you please post the Discord, Rachel? Because there is a Discord channel. There is, yes. It's hosted by Carlos Paeva. And he's from Europe. So you can expect there to be a lot of European class up in there. Apparently he does a great job of dealing with it. I don't like Discord myself because I don't like Discord. You're an INFP, huh? Well, that makes you my supervisor type. That does indeed. So I think what I might do, now that I've came to understand what's causing my 9-volt batteries to get sucked all the juice out of them so fast. Since I don't have any electric guitar to plug in, I'm going to plug in this electric bass. Oh, boo. I banged the ceiling. Like my superhero name would suggest, namely Captain Dumbass. I am Captain Dumbass. Others may have moments of dumbassery, but nobody attains on the dumbass scale as consistently and significantly as I do. So, let's plug this in. Woo, woo. Everybody's happy because you're plugging it in. And everybody's good because you're good and win. And meow, 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 meow. In other words, etc. Let me get this thing off of this. Put this here. Get this thing, which is the strap. That's what it's called. And put it onto this. As meow. And as per, that's right, meow. Okay, now, somebody drop a beat. See what kind of beat we've got to meow with here. What we're going to look for is a nice peppy drum beat. we are going to look at the YouTube, which is an internet web page. We're going to search it for BPM drums without specifying any particular BPM. I can see samples from a variety of different tempos. For example, maybe this would be a good drum beat to play with. Let's find out. Well, first you're going to take off the mute. Maybe this simple 100 BPM beat. He's too slow and boring. Oh my rice. You can't forget about your rice, or otherwise it won't be nice. If your rice burns all so bad, then you're gonna feel so sad. Let's rock and cheer. Let's clap. Oh, that's good, my dear. You did a good job. I'm so impressed. You're among clappers, the very best. Now, let's rap and cheer. First I'll cheer for the team. Then I'll rap. It's a dream. Let's rap and cheer. Let's cheer and rap. Let's rap and cheer. Let's cheer and rap. 23 minutes should do it there. Cut. If you aren't cheering, you must be rapping. If you aren't rapping, you must be cheering. Go team. Let's score a touchdown. Go team. That's just a different drum beat. That's what this one sounds like. A little busy. Or quite a bit busy, maybe. Right. Okay, well, let's stop this one. Let's try perhaps this one. Okay, now it's time to play the bass for real. Keep in mind, I'm not really a bass player. like the bass. No. Who knows how to play the bass? Nobody does. What do I look like? Some kind of Jacko Pastorius? No, obviously not. Nobody knows how to play the bass. That's some kind of mythical person that never existed. That's why they made this song. Nobody knows how to play the bass. Everybody says the word in their face. You can see that they're lying, cause no one knows how to play the bass. Everybody says, I know how to play the bass. But when you look in the case, you see a guitar face. And the bass tells you of everything you need to know. Which is to say that nobody ever knows how to play the bass. It's too hard, and when you try, it's a total disgrace. But guitar is easier, so I could play that again instead. So, and once again, fails to play the bass. And that's it. That's it. That's it. No point in playing any more music. I'm giving up on music forever because I'm so terrible. When you're as terrible as me, you should never disgrace yourself ever again. And that's my New Year's resolution. Get out of here, music. I don't want you anymore. Y'all make me feel stinky. Alright, so I guess I'm done with music. Never gonna listen to or play another note of music in my entire life. Ever again. Might seem like a kind of spur of the moment decision for such a big decision, but you know, when you feel in your heart, you know, that's it, I'm done. I'm just so sick of getting more 9-volt batteries. Thanks, Big Lick 55. I thought the freestyle there was pretty good at the end. Let freestyles go. Pretty groovy. Thanks, Goblin. But I'm annoyed by the fact that I can't plug my guitar in, basically. That's what I'm joking about, really, but it's annoying. I need to go to the store. But I am very pleased that I learned a critically important piece of news today, which is if you leave your guitar plugged into your amp, even if the amp's off, that causes your 9-volt battery to drain faster. Well, that explains a few things, right? Check. Stop with the call, okay? We're just gonna put you on timeout and hopefully, it seems familiar. Maybe you're related to some previous outbreak of this nonsense? I'm not sure. I think I'll become a fixture here also, so you guys better get your high waters on because I'm about to get deep. Cool. Sounds good. I'm fine with getting whatever it is on my pants too, though, so I'll just put on my regular pants. My modesty pants is what I like to call them. Every day when I get dressed, I assume, hey, I might gotta need to do some work get done. In this case, who knows what gonna get on these clothes. So whatever get on me during the day, I just go, well, just goes to show you. Okay, I don't know who Cole is, and shut the fuck up. How about that? What ingredients? Oh, right. More cooking stuff. Yeah, I do have more cooking stuff to engage in over there. I don't want just plain rice. So that means we're going to need a meat to go with our starch. And let's go ahead and pick our meat right now. We've got, I think, 3 different meat choices. And the choices are sausage, ground beef, or chicken. Sausage is probably easiest, so I think I'll go with that. Oh, we're out of sausages. Alright, well, then I'll go with chicken. We don't have any more sausage. So I'll get this chicken right here. We don't need a shit ton of chicken. So I guess I'll add some of the chicken in there. Alright, that's fine. Now we're going to add some liquid. If this chicken is going to cook properly, since it's frozen, without me having to put it on low flame, well then it's going to need some liquid in here. So I'll pour the rest of this white wine in there. And I will additionally put in some water, I guess. Put in some water here too. Make sure we got enough liquid, but not too much, because we want this to cook as fast as possible, which means we need enough liquid that it can boil for a while and not have to worry about it burning. Pero, which is butt in Spanish, not your rear end, but instead the what I call consolation conjunction. I don't have any now, but that's where the consolation comes in from. Let's see what the chat's saying. Eric, do you want some sausages? I'm going to get more sausages when I go to the store. I don't always pick sausage, okay? Oh, well, that's wonderful, Melissa. I must be doing a better job today than usual. I might be. I will put more flavors in with the chicken later, okay? I tend to have a tendency to, when I put soy sauce in while I'm cooking the chicken, to over flavor it. So I think I'll just let it be flavored with, like I'll put some of this in, okay? This is garlic herb rub for your steaks, but it goes on whatever, it's fine. Put some of that there. That's fine. That's enough flavor. Remember, too much flavor, and there's nothing you can do about it. Too little flavor, you can always splash some more soy sauce on. So I'll let the flavoring occur after the cooking. I mean, at table side. I'm cooking like I'm cooking for a table of mixed age Orange County family. There's grandma, there's dad, there's a teenager and 20-something. In which case, you got to assume somebody's going to want it extremely bland. And you can't make it bland enough for the person who wants it entirely bland. Straight from the teat of the garlic plant. Yes. Okay. We are not a super long ways away from having food completed, though. Uh, by the time the rice is done, the chicken should be well on its way. Melissa wants my job of chief chef, by suggesting cilantro. I don't have any cilantro, so I can't put it in. I do have onions, and if I weren't quite so lazy, I'd cut up an onion and stick it in there too. But I am quite so lazy, so I'm not going to do it. Okay. Raoul says, Melissa, what's your job? Melissa says, can't you see? I'm a Montague. That's my job. KS, yes, there are vegetables in the world, just not any in this dish. And that's for a very simple reason. Vegetables, the only vegetable I had that I could have put in there was onion, and I didn't feel like cutting it up. Well, I mean, who's not familiar with the famous Montague family? They're famous in some book. I don't remember what book it is, though. Oh, it's mean. You are a mirror mechanic. What? I don't get that. Oh no, it's glasses fixer. Fix your glasses like these. Wisely and slow, they stumble that run fast. I mean, sometimes people stumble when they're walking slowly, too. I think it's more important to tell the person to pay close attention than to dictate a specific speed of travel. Shakespeare, once again, you lose, you're wrong, you suck mostly, and people fetishize you because you wrote so many plays. Just, let's all get over it already. He was not a very good writer. He might have been pretty good at, like, story structure, I guess, but his meter was not clean at all. Oh, he's an INFP? No, no way an INFP would be that prolific. I'm gonna say ENFP. Oh, right, the Montagues are from Romeo and Juliet, right? That's where they're from. No doy. It's funny that I read your quote, and it still took me multiple moments for it to trigger the connection adequately. Prolific means they put out a bunch of stuff, made a bunch of stuff. I'm prolific if you consider live streams making something. I used to be prolific when I did upload videos. I made a lot of videos and uploaded them. Now I'm just faking it. I'm just doing this, pretending like this is doing something. You know, in order to avoid doing actual things. Yeah, or I do actual things while I'm doing this, like sweep up, make lunch, whatever. Those are things worth doing, but chores doesn't count as a job per se, or even a avocation, a passion, or whatever. So, not that I don't love chores, I sometimes feel very passionate about them. However, it's hard to say that doing chores is my life's purpose or destiny, if you want to evaluate such as performing to the full extent of your potential or something. INFPs never leave the house. True, Goblin. Well, they do. They might. Maybe. The thing is, yeah, I know you told me yesterday about going out today, but that was not enough time for me, the INFP, to decide if I do want to go out. Now, if you give me more advance notice, I'm still going to not make any decision about it. And then I'll get to that same spot and I'll resent the fact that you gave me advance notice because it puts pressure on me to make a decision and I don't want to. And so then I may or may not drag myself out of the house to make that appointment or outing or whatever. It's best to just sort of hang near an INFP and wait for them to, abruptly, arbitrarily, and without rhyme or reason, begin after days of sitting, waiting for the impetus to arrive. Suddenly get up to go do something. Then you just follow them. That'll work fine. You just gotta have a lot of time on your hands. It's true. SE Polar's no joke. Something's boiling over. I better go check on the foodstuffs. It's okay, little foodstuffs. I'm here. It's okay. Everything's going to be just fine. Just trust me. I know what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to turn you over. We're going to turn you over. We're going to put that lid back on top. Like this. And we just let that boil somewhere. This, meanwhile, has just 10 seconds left over here. And 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time. Turn that off. And then, just so we don't forget about it, let's go ahead and put this timer on for about 5 minutes. That's also the amount of time this needs to rest. So, set a 2-out double in the bottom of the 7th inning, analogously. So what? Nobody knows. Philosophers have been arguing about that for forever. Never trust anyone who says, trust me. Should you trust people who say, don't trust me? And if not, then aren't you really just saying never trust anyone at all? Except for silent people? Hi, Zoe Nicole. Why are the silent more trustworthy than those that assert their trustworthiness? Where's the honeys at? Dakota Miller, you have a girl's name. You're not allowed to ask for the honeys. You gotta say, where are those, where are the handsome, entitled lacrosse players from the fraternity with their 6-pack abs? That's what you have to ask for, Dakota Miller. You know why? Because you are a girl. I'm being name normative and heteronormative here. Gender role normative and every other kind of normative. So, deal with it. What am I making? Pee and poo at the moment in the toilet. But when I'm done with that, I'll return to the making of chicken and rice. I'm just going to serve a bowl of white rice with pieces of chicken on it that is seasoned with garlic, spice rub stuff, and white wine, but not with any soy sauce yet. So that hopefully I don't have over flavored chicken, which has been a problem the last couple times I made it, you know. People are not trustworthy. Well, maybe, but you know, like preventing betrayal seems less important than all of the other normal, happy, healthy relationship stuff you get if you're not fixated too much on the possibility of being betrayed. So, into every life, a little butt fuckery must fall. But he who has engaged in no butt fuckery for the first butt fuck, I believe Jesus said once long ago. If you love butt fuckery, then you're in luck. But it's not me who loves a butt to fuck. Because a woman has such a better hole. 2 better holes in 5, if truth be told. So, don't pump your lady in the butt. That's where the poo is. You can find a lumper in the front. That's where you do it. Don't pump your lady in the butt. My song about how everybody should reject butt sex. Why? For the obvious reason, an important reason, that it is gross. I'm making you hungry? Well, I think you can blame your own body for that. And your own failure to eat more heretofore. Teacher slapped me 2 times. Okay. Pew, 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 pew. Uh-oh, that was 6 times. My bad. Just ignore that. Well, Melissa Montague, nobody in the history of correctness ever said ENFPs are the right match for, you say you were an INFJ? Incorrect. That's a terrible match. People will tell you it's either ESTPs or, as I say, ENTPs, who are the best match for INFJs. Nobody but Captain Wronging of the Wronging Squad says ENFPs. That's crazy sauce. You countervalue introverted feeling if you're an INFJ. And ENFPs, they have it as their tool function, so it's going to cause a fair bit of conflict. I used to date an ESTP one time. It was pretty crazy. Well, I mean, if you're an INFP, right? So that's got to be difficult. They're the expert at sensing and blind to FI. You're the expert at FI and blind to sensing. Oh, geez. Tricky matchup there. It is a bit hard to ignore alarm. Hard to ignore alarm? You're saying when you feel alarm, it's hard to ignore it? Melissa who? Melissa Montague. That's who. It's been a pleasant stream. I've enjoyed it quite a bit, actually. But I will probably wrap this up once the food's all done and served onto plates and such. Maybe I'll eat with you as well. I'm not sure, but probably wrap this up after that. I could see myself maybe taking a nap. I don't think nap taking is the suggestion of a crazy person anyway. Cook that some more. Let's move this pot over here. Bring this guy over here. Put it on the high burner, the most high burner. Bring this guy over here. Put you over here. Turn you off. There. Now the chicken will cook faster. What we want to do is boil away all of this liquid that's left in here as quickly as possible. So let's just put the lid on, give it about 5 minutes and come back. I'm confident that it will make substantial progress. And then we come back over here. Let's go ahead. We're going to need to grind some more wheat, and then we'll be able to pull some more bong reps, which will be nice. So tell me, what is the point of life? Well, the only way really to address questions like that, what's the point of life, is to spend a lot of time on addressing what the question means. If you mean, what's the point in terms of why bother getting up each day? Well, the answers are probably fairly mundane answers, like there are things that you enjoy doing. And even if you're feeling low and so forth, there's nevertheless a lot of potential, a lot of potential things that you might do, just places you might walk to or go or whatever. And, it's never too late, it seems like, is the message here. Whatever the mia is. If you mean what is the point of life, like, what is the purpose of humans on this planet? I mean, I don't think anybody knows the answer to that. It's extremely difficult for humans to understand things that don't have a purpose. Because anytime we engage with anything, we link it to ourselves in some way, shape, or form, And for us, something's either purposeful or it's not. If it's not purposeful for us, then it might be purposeful for somebody else. I enjoy nothing and everything is pointless. Well, it sounds like you don't have a lot of faith in your own agency, your own ability to affect meaningful change in one of a variety of possible forms in your life. And that's a tricky one to overcome. I had no faith in my agency up through the years when I taught special ed, prior to which I was just going to school, in which case nothing seemed to have importance in and of itself. It was just important for the purposes of doing well in school, Or with special ed teaching, it was just important to complete the paperwork, dot the I's, cross the T's, so you don't hear shit from your boss. There's no other reason for you to be doing anything you're doing except It's just basic caregiving of like custodial caregiving because they're um, all the students can't speak or communicate, and many of them are non-ambulatory, have to be fed, can't go to the bathroom by themselves, stuff like that, you know. So I'm not saying there's not point or purpose in attending to those people so they're not uncomfortable, but it's also the case that I really didn't feel like anything had a point until I ended up working in a regular education job where, you know, my boss is private sector. He's conveying to me, look, we've got to get this population of the student body to come back for the next semester's classes and stuff, and accordingly, you have to perform very well, or else they're going to bail. And I started to understand, like, oh, in private sector, of course, shit matters because everyone's livelihood is on the line. Melissa says, well, I've never believed in marriage, but growing old with someone someday is possible. Funny how you don't really seem to grow old. You're just young, and then one day all of a sudden you're old. How the fuck did this happen? Okay. So let's get the squirter, get these pieces of foam resin, good down here, good down there. Now, take this back so I can wipe this top thing. But first let's finish with the, well, let me put this back and be right back. Well, let's take a look at the chicken. At this point, we should be about ready to cut this into smaller pieces. I gotta say, of all the things, like, it's scissors work best on chicken. They work a lot better on chicken than they do on sausage. It's way easier to cut chicken with scissors than any other way of cutting. But sausage, not so much. It's kind of a toss-up between knife and scissors with sausage. Chicken, clear sausage, a clear scissor winner with chicken. I'm not exactly sure why. Just the kind of the consistency of the meat, the lack of casing to have to cut through, I think helps too. Okay, so push this chicken around, cut some of these bigger pieces down. into smaller pieces. There we go. Okay. Okay. While that chicken is finishing, which will take a second to finish, let's go ahead and plate the rice. This can go back in here. Right, plates. Some rice there. And we'll put some rice here. We'll put some rice here. And we'll put some rice there. And put this rice here. Yeah, okay. Let me get this, scrape that off there. Get the rest of these rices. Kernely grains, I like to call them. Kernels of rice, grains of rice, kernely grains. Nice, nice, nice. We'll use this to scoop up some of this, scrape it off. You don't do a thorough enough getting of the rice from your pot, you're going to leave a lot of perfectly good rice left behind. Because rice, it's like a little baby bird that's scared to leave the nest. It likes to stick to the pot, stay there, resist being taken out for eating. But you know what I like to tell that rice? TFB. A little grain, TFB. You're gonna get eaten today. Alright, that should be enough. Give Rachel a little bit more of my rice. But really, Rachel doesn't eat nearly as much as I do. So, let's give myself. When Rachel's on Adderall, or has been on Adderall at all recently, she did not eat. I gotta basically put a spoon of food in her mouth and she's gonna eat. Okay, how is this coming? It's coming fine, but we want to get this liquid boiled away. And we can take this off of here now. A few of these here. A few over here. A few here. A scoop of them over there. Let's put a scoop here. Let's whippity squap squap this right there. Get a little bit more for over here. Get some more here. A little bit more over here. These bad boys can go there. And you choiceland stragglers, go right there. And you last few remnants, can go there. And then we'll call it a meal. So, what I am going to need, of course, are utensils, which is why we'll each need a spoon, maybe a fork instead. Either way, really, but let's go fork. Let's go ahead and go fork. And then we're gonna need these dishes carried over there. We'll get some a paper towel for each of us. I'll carry these over when I come back here. Okay. And we also need, of course, soy sauce. You can't eat rice and chicken without soy sauce, or else the Chinese food police will capture you in one of those finger traps. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome.
Did you go up to the mailbox or something?
Yeah, I thought they were fine. But they haven't come yet.
Well, our lunch is ready.
Oh, thank you.
Why don't you help yourself to the last iced tea in there?
Are you sure I took the last one before that?
That's fine.
Okay.
I want you to have the last iced tea because I have a lot of other drinks that I'm perfectly happy with, and we need to go to the store and get more iced teas.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Unless I have tzatziki. What's tzatziki? Now, I had no soy sauce on it at all currently, in the chicken or the rice, so. What did, what makes you annoying? I don't see anything you're doing that's annoying at all. You are paranoid, Melissa Montague. You're playing preventative defense where none needs to be played. Well, this is pretty good.
It really is.
I'm not sure what those finger traps are related to. I'm assuming that in China, people just could never figure out how to get their fingers out of those, and that worked as like handcuffs for the Chinese. Not really. Am I the cook at home? Mostly. Not always. Rachel prepares things plenty of times. I typically do more actual cooking because I feel like cooking sometimes. Rachel will prepare things like put stuff in the microwave or make a cup of noodles. And I tell her, fuck off. You don't know what my wife does. Hi, Jack Einoff. Wow, Melissa, you and I said very similar things.
Mm-hmm.
That you left off the fuck off. I Love You on YouTube channel is the best book. I agree that my YouTube channel is the best book. Which is impressive since it's not even a book. But it's better than all the regular books, you know. Well, sometimes people are rude simply because they don't understand how something's going to play. And sometimes for people who understand well how something's going to play, it might be almost inconceivable that anybody could not know that wasn't going to play well or something. But sometimes people are just genuinely oblivious.
Interstellar request Pockins last night.
Oh, well then. He's a repeat offender.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. Why lie, Beth? It's a trash truck.
Mm.
Fortunately, I put the trash cans out.
I
So,
saw him.
felt pretty good
Everything
about that.
looks great.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Weird how people want to, you know, critique, like, how could he possibly think that he understands how we live together better than we do? It's just insanity.
I don't know, was he saying so? I don't know. I don't remember what he was saying. I just remember he was.
Well, today he was saying stuff like, you know, why is the man doing all this stuff while the wife sits around and does nothing and shit like that, you know? The point is, he has no idea, like, obviously, couldn't possibly. The only two people who really understand how the dynamics of a relationship work are the two people in the relationship. Got no clue about how you and me operate as a couple, and just wants to come in and judge and be shitty about something, right? It's like, what in the hell is wrong with this person?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it chronic overall shittiness disorder? Is it like lashing out because I'm unhappy? Is it shitting on you guys because I'm jealous? Is it what? You know, there's got to be something. It doesn't need a rationale, but it surely has a reason. Or at least you can articulate something more about the phenomenon than simply it occurs. But if the roles were reversed, he would have been fine with it. You mean if I talked to him like that? Well, that's why,
No, I think if I was the one who was doing all the cooking and cleaning, that he would be fine with it.
oh, I don't think so, actually. I think he's one of those people where if I cook and clean, then she's a bad wife. If she's cooking and cleaning, then I'm a bad husband. He's one of those douchebags, you know. It's true that motivation is hard to determine when we all think so differently. It's a wise observation there, Melissa. And correct. But it's funny how I think even people like me who don't tend to consider emotion when evaluating questions at all, when you encounter a human behavior that defies the normal way of understanding human behaviors, which is put myself in that situation and see, you know, like understand what I would do and why I might do something. Well, if the person is doing something that you can't really conceive of doing, like just going to a live stream and trying to critique these people and about shit that I don't know anything about just to be shitty, right? I don't quite, I can't, I mean, I can see myself critiquing somebody. I guess the difference is if I were to do it to somebody, it would be because I was genuinely offended by that person, outraged by their bad behavior, and was trying to hold them accountable for some bullshit they pulled, right? It would not be a generic, just general spite monkey shittiness. So it's understandable that I wonder about the motivation because I have trouble conceiving of uh, I have trouble putting myself in his shoes, I guess. It's like whatever gratification he's getting from it, he probably doesn't have a good understanding of why he's needing that gratification. How's the weather over here? It is currently like, I don't know, probably 90 degrees or something. 94. 94 degrees Fahrenheit. 95. California officials ask people to stop grilling food.
Why do they do that? To
prevent, you know, to lower our carbon footprint.
Oh.
Some bullshit like that, you know. Could be, it could be air pollution or particulates and stuff, but unlikely. How is it 15 people and 25 likes YouTube ain't YouTubing? I don't understand what you mean. So are you saying that I should have more? I don't understand exactly where you're going with that. Are you saying that you're asking me how does it feel to languish in obscurity? Well, same as same as most of my YouTube career. I've been doing this for like 10 years, and unfortunately, you know, due to a combination of me not prioritizing certain kinds of things that link to success more clearly, and people just not really liking my content very much, maybe, or maybe simply not being very good, or a variety of other things. This is pretty typical for the amount of people who attend my streams. So, obviously, I'm not doing it because I'm expecting it to blow up into a meaningful revenue stream for me or real fame or something like that. Yeah. So how is it? It's great. I've had a really fun time streaming today. It's been a fun chat. Plenty of interesting things to respond to. And maybe, Mrs. Mom, I could try the. I mean, there are other categories. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at them again. I mean, I think entertainment is kind of the broadest category, but I'm not sure what difference that makes ultimately. But nobody searches for anything by category. It's just not how people find things. I'm not sure what role it plays in the YouTube algorithm. The point is, because I upload a variety, historically, because I've uploaded a variety of different things, I didn't want to be too specific because I wanted the channel category to encompass everything the channel does. Nowadays, I mostly only just live stream, so I might need to look at the categories again. Tags are my best friend. I have a lot of tags. They're mostly MBTI tags. I should probably change those. They're my default uploads, you know? Let's see what's going on in the rest of internet land. Yeah, I suspect so too. It was like this when I found it because the thing to remember is the YouTube algorithm is designed to serve viewers, not creators. It's designed to get viewers the videos they want to see in front of their eyes. Oh, she's not even in here anymore. I don't know where she is. But accepted. It's fine. I don't know. She said you caused trouble the other night too. You could just have like bad instincts on how things are going to play, you know? Like I was saying, that people do. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I cared more, I'd do different thumbnails and stuff. I'd spend the time to make a specific thumbnail for that does something to engage people. The thing is, I'm not sure how people encounter this vertical stream. I'm not sure if it shows people the thumbnail that I uploaded or if it shows people what's currently going on in the live stream. I suspect it's the latter. Like everywhere else I find the stream, it doesn't show the thumbnail I uploaded. It just shows the what's going on currently in the live stream. The thumbnail is only for after it's done and turns into an uploaded video. Yeah, I would get more traffic if I were to put political stuff. I could definitely, you know, uh, I could I could milk the political teat to bring in a lot of that kind of traffic. The thing is, I usually don't want to talk about that stuff because it's so divisive and people get so angry, etc. If I'm in the mood to talk about that stuff, then I'm gonna have to be in a patient mood and be like, yes, politics, and we're gonna talk about this in a sane and civil fashion. Uh, but so I don't. It's like there's a lot of different kinds of topics that are kind of hot button topics or ways to bring people in here. If I put something like, should trans people can Can trans woman play women's sports? I'm sure I get shit tons of traffic, but it would be so contentious, right? And there'd be a lot of angry people who have this irrational dislike or fear of trans people and have to deal with a bunch of like aggressiveness and stuff. I could put a title like something trending, you know, and like let me look at the trending things right now. Let me see. I never look at this, but they have a trending thing somewhere. I'll just search the word trending and see what happens. I'm so meow meow, 'cause today I'm filled with meow. That song is by a band called Nirvana. And apparently, it's a positive, upbeat song about loving yourself. Trending. How do you know like what topics or tags are trending? Oh my god. That has 72 million views, huh? It's ridiculous. There's this picture of a lady. The title is Halter Tops Worn Backward Are Now My Favorite Thing. Thing? Question mark, I guess. And the picture shows her with what appears to be no shirt or bra or anything on, but the halter top. Well, I'll show it to you. So, this is what you have to do to get views in on YouTube Shorts and stuff. Let's see. Let's look at what this reveals here. So we've got this video, supposedly called "The Funniest Moments in Women's Sports." That's not exactly funny, right? Very loose use of the word funny. And then this. What? That's pretty provocative. And this girl on her hands and knees, 17 million. Mr. Beast, who apparently is, I don't know when he came to be like the most famous guy on YouTube, but he is. And then this other, like, I'm a cute young chick showing a lot of legs. So you can see, you can see what people click on. Get Rachel make some shorts. Like, have her in just her cleavage all showing. Like, here's how the difference with, and the title is just with and without pasties. I'm sure it would kill. It'd probably get a bajillion views. Yeah. Why? Because everybody loves an excellent pair of knocks. Ain't nobody in the world don't love an excellent pair of knocks. Like what? Like this, huh? OMG. Again. Let's look at some more. Some more YouTube short thumbnails or whatever. How about this one? How much YouTube paid me for my 10 million views shorts? I'm curious about that one. That one has 1.4 million views. So, I could just get if I could just get Rachel like put on a kind of low cut but also tight fitting shirt and be like, so I just wanted to give you my review of these boob circles, this printed boob circles that I just got. I'm currently not wearing any boob circle, and or I'm currently wearing the old boob circles. Let me take those out, and then it briefly shows her with no boob circles, but you still have her shirt on, obviously. She goes, now let me put it back in, and then pause, and it cut ahead to where the boob circles are. Well, I think they're great. They're nice, comfortable, affordable, good price point. Two thumbs up. I bet you would get 50 million views. Like this one where the guy's hitting a golf ball off that girl's butt. 71 million views. You just you have to be like, you have to really play it straight that you're not trying to do this to be sexualizing or bring highlights to the breasts or something like that. You're genuinely doing a review of this product and adhering to YouTube's community standards because, after all, you're just reviewing product. Even if Rachel just like tried on two different shirts from two different companies, but you wouldn't show her changing, obviously. But and they were both, one of them tight fitting, the other low cut, and then she just said, well, I think this is really flattering for me. If you're kind of a full chested girl like me, then you may find this company is cut shirts that are cut and fit for you. Just say some shit like that. As long as she maintains the I am not showing off my titties. I am just reviewing two shirts. I just happen to look like this. Then YouTube, they'll be fine with it. But if she's like, oh my God, are these my boobs? Then YouTube would have a problem with it. How much have I sniffed? How much wood have I sniffed? Sniffing. Just for the record, I want to make clear that one might sniff glue, per se, as the saying goes. If that's what you're referring to, okay. But if you're talking about something like a white powder, those are snorted, not sniffed. Just preventative here in case that's what you meant. Obviously, no. S10. Don't be a dumbass. Oh, sniff boobs. How many boobs have I sniffed? Well, good for Destiny. It's a lot of subs. Well, S10, you look like somebody who's been hidden from the channel. So I'll never see you again. I don't appreciate being defamed in those horrible ways. Obviously, I'm an upstanding and righteous person, just, good, and true. You, on the other hand, sir, are a scoundrel, a no good Nick, and an ne'er do well, so fuck off. How many have you sniffed? How much have you sniffed? How's the minis that you have sniffed? Sean Willis, yo, big man, how you doing today? Me from Alaska again. Cheers. Salute. Pow pow. Finger guns. Hang loose. What other finger things can you do? A-OKs. Pow pow. Finger guns. There's finger shotgun. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're cackling, Goblin. Could be that I'm an EP, or that I'm funny, or could be that you are a witch. And your little dog Toto, too. Yeah. Wait a second. How did you know the name of my dog was Toto? I don't remember her saying that. Oh, you missing it? No. Hold on. Is this all a big setup? Because we're going to go all the way to the Emerald City. That motherfucker better not pull out some platitude like you always had courage in your heart the whole time or some shit like that. If so, I'm going to bitch slap the living F out of that guy. Ah, what happened? God damn it. Why does nothing ever turn out like it should? I only watch two channels, yours and Tim Zoller's. I have no idea who Tim Zoller is. Hi, Zoe Nicole. I'm glad you're back. While you were gone, I was spending the entire time saying, gosh, I wonder if Zoe's coming back. And if so, when? I'm better than the Tim Zoller? Well, I'll take that as high praise indeed. I've never heard of this Tim Zoller, but if both of you guys have, then he must really be something. Okay, what's the torch for? It is for, any fire need you have is served by this pine, but primarily for me, it's for the pulling of bong rips. And one thing that I've noticed since I lately have been favoring the little torch more, I have a lighter that's like a little mini butane torch. But the bottom line is, shit gets cloggy, dog. If you don't hit it with some real torch, it's going to get cloggy. You believe in equality? Wow. You don't believe in equality because you've ever seen it. Not like that, Like equality before the law, that's all well and good. But like two shows being equally good or whatever, doesn't work like that. Like the Who and the Rolling Stones both suck, but nevertheless, they both don't suck as hard as the other. They're not exactly equal in their sucking. The Who sucks more than the Rolling Stones. So too is it with YouTube channels. I would gladly admit that my channel overall is not nearly as good as the channels I watch. Again, overall. But I would say I enjoy what I would hope would be a tendency to compare me against other live streams, since that's what I do. Obviously, a live stream is not going to be as good as a well-made, edited, long-form video on a topic I'm actually interested in, right? If you never freestyle something as clean and perfectly well done as you can, refine something into that. However, it is a distinct medium, and accordingly, it ought to be judged against other examples of its medium. I love Eric's channel, and when Tim is gone, I watch Tim, and he's another kitty person. When Tim is on, I think he meant to say. Also, I was banned from Tim's channel for being annoying. Like, what is it? I've not encountered anything annoying from you at all before. That I can recall. I have no idea what you're referring to when you refer to yourself as annoying. I don't see anything that you're doing that's annoying at all. Well, we're not slandering anybody, any other streamer. We're talking about another guy that both Melissa and Sean like, whose name is Tim Zahler or Zahler. And so Melissa was saying that she believes in equality as a value. Therefore, our streams are equally good as each other. I was saying, ain't no such thing as equality in art like that. But, regardless, I've never seen the guy, so I don't know if he's better than me or not. I have no idea. Maybe he is. Maybe he's so much better than me that if I were to watch one of his streams, I would weep and then quit YouTube forever. Melissa Montague says, I mean, I'm no better, no worse than everybody else because of equality. Right. Well, you may not be like holistically better than anybody else, but you're probably better than everybody else at something. Take any individual person other than yourself in the world, you can probably find something in all of existence that you're better at than that person. Hi, Elaine. Tim likes trolls, and he's a flat earther. Okay, well, so in other words, you weren't being annoying, you were being difficult as he was trying to sustain his strange delusion. But I'm glad the whole flat earth phenomenon exists because it's such a useful example to use in drawing distinction between skepticism that's versus shifting burdens of proof. So I often argue against evolution, which is broadly believed to explain speciation. Most people think that we have an explanation for where a species came from and its evolution, right? I dispute that um, because evolution, in my opinion, shouldn't be able to claim to be the explanation for speciation until it actually produces the meaningful explanation. So it can be summed up as species have a choice to either reproduce or evolve. They can't they can't be on those two tracks simultaneously in some fashion, right? Reproduction means making more copies of the same thing. Evolution means something different. So, um, regardless, I like to use flat Earth as a counterexample to evolution. We ought to be eye rollingly dismissive of the idea that there's a flat Earth because to believe that the Earth is flat is to believe that uh, the smartest humans on the planet since ancient Greece have been wrong about the solar system, about the shape of the Earth. Even though the uh, the builders of the pyramids set them up very precisely to in relation and in linkage to the circumference of the Earth. Um, Flat earthers think that's not relevant or whatever. The point is, it's not just modern people who have understood the Earth to be approximately globular. There's ancient peoples as well. For the Earth to not be globular would require either this incredibly unexplainable, inexplicable blind spot that otherwise smart people have when it comes to the totality of evidence, arguments that it purport to either prove the Earth globular or otherwise. Um, you'd have to have so many smart people looking at so many different kinds of arguments that are being made. There's so many different ways to prove because it's a physical system, right? There's so many different ways to prove, uh, to say if the Earth is approximately globular, the following prediction, let's test it, etc. Right? You can do that from lots of different angles. The only way you can possibly believe in a flat Earth is to cherry pick specifically those pieces of evidence, indicators, whatever you want to call them, that are inconsistent with the globular Earth. Ignore all of the indicators that are consistent with the globular Earth. And the ones that appear to be inconsistent are not actually inconsistent. They're just kind of thinly, they're thought experiments of little depth. But the thing is, a flat Earth represents a systemically wrong way to approach questions in general and is born not of skepticism, but of distrust of authority. In contrast, a critique of evolution, first of all, is not an affirmation of something else. Okay? So, my critique of evolution does not include an alternative explanation instead. I understand what I'm doing. I'm negating an existing case that affirms something. And additionally, my negation stems from the fact that evolution fails to meet its affirmative burden. It says it's going to explain where species come from, but it doesn't produce the mechanism. And there's it continues to be glaringly, appallingly missing And yet people still pretend as though there's some substance to the name evolution. Well, you could also say, well, you know what a flat earther's favorite song is, right? Favorite Motown song? I don't believe in sphericals. You could call them sphericals if you want to. What if we're in a simulation? Well, if we're in a simulation, that's fine. But even if we're in a simulation, um, the simulation doesn't include evolution as far as we can tell. Like, there's been the longest ongoing evolution experiment has attained 75,000 generations of fruit flies. The equivalent amount of generations in humans would take almost 1.5 million years. But the fruit flies have not evolved at all. They've just become a little bit more antibiotic resistant. We've been breeding dogs into as divergent breeds as possible for the past 10,000 years. They can still interbreed successfully and produce reproductively viable offspring because their genomic signature is still the same, indicating the same species. We should never send coded messages to globular clusters. It's too dangerous. They might get their globular clusteriness all over you. Of course, it's a simulation. What else could it be? It could be a realization of a reality. Like, is there really a spoon hitting my nose? Or is it just electrical impulses inside my brain making me imagine stuff? No, it's really hitting me in the nose. Unless it isn't. Because, it's simulated. Is it the spoon simulated? Or is it me? Whoa. The strongest reed is the most supple and easy to bend. Whoa. Lao Tzu, what is one thing you believe in? I mean, I believe in a round earth. That's for sure. I believe the earth is best represented as a globe. Um, I believe in mom. I believe in apple pie. I believe in a cold glass of water on a hot summer's day. I believe that one day Elaine will become ambassador to England, just like the lady in that show I was watching. I believe eliminative materialism or eliminativism is the radical claim that our ordinary common sense understanding of the mind is deeply wrong. That's not a claim. There's no ordinary common sense understanding of the mind. There are specific statements people make, assertions they make regarding the nature of the mind. So the mind is understood in many different ways by many different people. What ordinary common sense understanding of the mind are they referring to? It's just that sentence is horrible. That horrible, horrible sentence. Eliminative materialism is the radical claim that our ordinary common sense understanding of the mind is deeply wrong. What a horrible, horrible sentence. It doesn't need that deeply. It doesn't need that radical. And it doesn't say anything because it needs to articulate the specific claim that it says is wrong. Fucking pieces of, yeah. I believe they can touch that guy. Who can touch what guy? Fruit flies are just made up lies by the evolutionary scientists, by biologists. Biology is made up fruit flies so they could have something that they can breed a lot of. You believe in that? Pretty convenient species, if you ask me. Fruit flies? More like fruit lies. Have you let the light of Jesus Christ penetrate you today, Eric? No, but I let the heft and length of his cock do so. He's the only guy I let hump me. It's like, well, you keep forgiving me for things. I guess someone will have something to forgive you for. He promised me extra potatoes and once I get to heaven. Every meal, so I could have extra potatoes. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Don't worry. It's just a spiritual humping, okay? I'm just being metaphorically, spiritually humped. Because really, doesn't our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ spiritually make love to each of us? And isn't it true that Jesus Christ spiritually is hung like a horse? Spiritually, okay? So I always ask him to just take it slow. Don't be afraid to incorporate some external lubricants into the whole equation. If you're external, if you're a woman, I mean, not your naturally occurring lubrication. I don't have naturally occurring lubrication. Well, I have it in my mouth, I guess. But is spit really a good lubricant? Have you tried to run your car by taking all the oil out and refilling it in your oil just by spitting into the oil thing until it's all filled up? Your car would not be well lubricated. I can tell you that. And you would have the driest mouth by the time you were done with all that spitting. I gave myself to Jesus and now he doesn't call me back. Well, he doesn't respect you anymore. That's why. I added Jesus Christ as a Facebook friend and he just declined me. That was kind of a rough day for me. Hawk to walk. Oh, yeah, hawk to a girl. Yeah. It's funny, she'll be known as that for the rest of her life. The hawk to a girl. And Hawk Tua will forever be known as that, what it obviously is, you know. Something kind of crass and locker roomy, you know. What was that? This? Oh, these are the fiery flames of the Holy Ghost's truth. They allow me to transubstantiate things. For example, I can, by the power vested in me as archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, I can transubstantiate this bomber from my lungs to your brain. Ready? I hereby transubstantiate thee. There's too much water, Captain. We're taking on water. An imitation of Scotty from Star Trek. It's not a good imitation, but it's mine. Yeah, I found that, you dumbass. God, how much more could you have overfilled it, for fuck's sake? Shut up, Tiffany. Well, and for a penny and for a pounding. We'll just wipe up that water. That's just some grade A Jesus puns. If a woman has a 5 o'clock shadow, keep your eyes closed and your mind open. That's an interesting expression, Zap Brannigan. Yeah, is that an actual Zap Brannigan quote? I like Zap Brannigan. Full speed ahead. Strategy is for babies. Stuff like that, you know. It's a funny character, but the character I like even more, perhaps, from Futurama, or the one I've been into recently, is you name this character, Zap. See if you can. An opera about a man and a woman. How delightfully absurd. Which character is that guy? I find the most alluring part of a woman is her magnificent beard and voluptuous mustache. Oh, Zap Brannigan. Your long suffering assistant. What was his name? What was Zap Brannigan's long suffering assistant's name? Did I put not about Jesus in there? Well, it's true that it's not really about Jesus. It's about how people aren't like Jesus. Kip. Ah, Kip. You poor, pathetic little thing. Was that Brannigan played by same guy who played I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such films as Sally Rides an Alligator. You know, I'm a bit of a father figure to even my most pathetic of men. See, Kip was kind of like the sideshow Bob of Futurama. Every interaction Kip had with Zap Brannigan was like sideshow Bob stepping on a rake. Do I stream every day? Pretty much. Not every day, but every day. Eric, no offense, but sometimes you remind me of Trevor from GTA 5. Is that Grand Theft Auto 5? I don't know who Trevor is from Grand Theft Auto 5, so I can't take any offense at it. I'm assuming he's an extremely handsome, powerful, delightful, and alluring character around whom all the other characters gather to listen to his wisdom. I like your style, Eric. You remind me of a young me. Not much younger, mind you. Perhaps a couple of years older. Did you name the name of the guy who I quoted? How deliciously decadent. that guy. I do get that one fairly often, Melissa. I hear House. I've never actually watched that show. I've seen commercials and stuff for it. I can see the comparison, especially given my bum leg and need to walk around with a cane. Brannigan's Law is like Brannigan's Love, hard and fast. He's brilliant, Dr. House. Well, you know what I say. There's no such thing as brilliance in medicine. To be good at medical school, you need the wrong kind of smart. So, to be able to have an opportunity to be a doctor with the right kind of smart is fairly unusual because the right kind of smart doesn't like the lack or more or less complete absence of intuition implicit in learning to be a doctor, even if there's some bit of intuition in being a doctor. The truth is, that stuff that happens on that show, I understand the basic gist of it. That he diagnoses, like, Joe comes in, he keeps getting the runaround from other doctors. He's got rare disease, muggity meow, and only Dr. House puts together the 10 disparate symptoms into a complete picture, and it's this disease. It's not the smartest or the strongest who survive, it's the people who can adapt. Well, eat your food. Go ahead, eat it. You don't need me to stand here the whole time either. Eat your food and be happy with it. That bad kitty. Such a bad kitty. Right. The problem with an idea like that is there are so many different things to which one might adapt. In other words, there are many different contexts in which one might be adaptable, and adaptability requires different skills depending on what the context that requires adaptation is. So, if you're in a debate tournament, being able to adapt on the fly means having very good extroverted intuition, introverted thinking, high up in your conscious stack of functions, right? If you're talking about, say, living in an environment in which you have wide ranges of temperature, so very cold at night, but very hot during the day, or very hot during the summer, very cold in the winter, um, and you're going to live there year round, then you need to be able to survive a wide range of conditions on that measuring thing, right? Temperature. So you have to be adaptable in terms of thermoregulation. You can be adaptable in terms of thermoregulation either by building houses for yourself like humans do, or by, say, growing a thick winter coat and then shedding it for the summer, or by going underground for part of the year, or by living deep in the freshwater lakes under the water where it doesn't freeze, or some other mechanism to deal with it, right? I mean, we can all adapt well to some kinds of volatilities, and poorly to other kinds of volatilities. Sweating a lot during the summer, sure, but and that requires you to live in very place with a lot of water to drink, I guess. Um, there are other ways to wick heat besides sweating, for example, panting for dogs. I don't know how cats wick heat. Cats neither sweat nor pant, so I don't know what they do to stay cool. I think they must just have to thermoregulate by resting in shade. That's probably why cats spend so much time resting in the shade. Like, I'm a cat, my job is just to lie around. One day a man has everything, and then the next day he blows up a $400 billion space station. And then the next day he has nothing. It makes you think. I mean, that's the thing is like individual adaptability um, to changing conditions is not the explanation for evolution, right? Because evolution is saying not that this individual of the species, this particular giraffe, is um, better at dealing with volatilities on the fly than that particular giraffe, and therefore um, survives while the less adaptable ones die, right? Because, again, it's predicated on the idea of a mutation, which has to be adaptive to something specific. Comedic relief, yeah. Well, it gets my panties in a bunch. When I start thinking about the old evolution, horse, camel, cheetah, goat. Is that the one animal species that existed before horses, camels, cheetahs, and goats got differentiated from one another? Back in the dim recesses of our evolutionary past, horses, camels, cheetahs, and goats were all one creature, a proto creature known as the horse, camel, cheetah, goat. If you've come in peace, surrender. If you've come here to make war, we surrender. That's some great quotes, that Brannigan. But what about a simple unicorn? If there really was evolution, then why doesn't everything have horns poking out from every spot on its body? After all, horns are proven to be the best evolution thing. We have failed to uphold Brannigan's law. However, I'd make it with a hot alien babe. And in the end, is that not what man dreamt of since he first looked up at the stars? Oh, Zap Brannigan. You're gonna make Kip feel uh disillusioned again. You're gonna disillusion your assistant Kip, Zap, with your persistent nonsensories. Hello, Jessica. Hi, Jessica Nadolny. Nadolny. Dolny, Los Angeles. Jessica Nadolny. You're from New Jersey, even though the last two letters of your last name are NY, which is normally thought to stand for New York. New Jersey is not the Sunshine State. It's the Garden State. You might think, being the Garden State, it needs lots of sunshine for all those gardens. However, it can only claim one of the two names, and New Jersey is claimed the Garden State. The Sunshine State is, in fact, North Dakota. Winston's mom is a fantastic mod. She's a wonderful lady, a hero to us all. Uh, a real role model for the kids of America and the people of YouTube. Robert Ballou, oh God, you're so gross. Putting you on timeout. Just removing your comment was, gentle of Winston's mom, and I appreciate how Winston's mom errs on the side of being too gentle, but I will step it up a second there because of your grossness. Rachel gets alone time all she wants whenever she wants, right? First of all, we sleep very different hours, so it depends. Our schedules are so freaking whack. It's hard to say, but no, Rachel and I actually spend quite a bit of time alone from one another because we have sufficient room here in this house to separate and have our own audio spaces. So we do our fair share of watching TV in separate rooms. Rachel, when she is hanging out, it's more likely probably to be when we are hanging out together at home. We're more likely to be live streaming than we are to be doing anything else, actually. I'm having so much fun with these creative brainiacs in this chat, thoroughly enjoying. However, since man first left his cave and met a stranger with a different language and a new way of looking at things, the human race has had a dream to kill him so we don't have to learn his language or his new way of looking at things. Zap Brannigan, I'm not sure how you attained the high office or rank that you have, but however you rose through the ranks, they need to reconsider their promotional protocols because I think you're far above your pay grade. Far above the pay grade you should be at. I put this spoon in my ear because that way I can get itches without there being anything sharp because it's got a round end and it's silver. So it's not going to be reactive at all. If that spoon was an endless spoonful of anything, what would you choose? Oh gosh. I mean, I could do Rachel real solid and pick ketamine. Might not be a bad choice. It's gonna be some kind of drug. Probably ketamine. I can play the spoons, spoon, 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 spoon. I can play the spoons, spoon, 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 spoon. Like that, you mean? And I guess why, that's why they call this my spoon. Why is that cat meowing at me again? An endlessly refilling spoon of what? Like, okay, what am I going to... how am I going to handle this? That would be a... Well, I had to think about that one for a long time. Ever refilling drug spoon. What do you fill it with? Whatever it is, if you say ketamine, it ever refills with it. Every time you do one filling ups of it, it just refills up again. You could do Spokane, Washington, if you want, if you're into that kind of thing. You could do a little bit of the Beth Graham pedipine. You could do, you go real crazy and go like liquid LSD, in which case you better not spill any on yourself. It's going to take you forever to empty that thing. You have to just put so many, you have to make so many hits of it, I guess, if you had that. What else could you put in there? Oh, gold? Yeah, I guess gold's a better choice. Okay, fine, gold's a better choice. I just spend all my time like, it wouldn't take like 5 minutes to fill up. It would just be like, oh my God. I'd have to make an automated thing that goes every 5 minutes. Filled with passion and love. Wow, I mean, that's not a terrible choice, Green Scoria. I think I'm not sure what exactly passion and love would look like, but I think enthusiasm and motivation would look a lot like dopamine. You fill this with dopamine and just do hot rails of dopamine. You think dopamine's a liquid? Does it have like the consistency of, say, buttermilk? or the consistency of water? Or something in between? There are viscosities between buttermilk and water that qualify as liquid still, I think. Oh, you think it's quite viscous? Is viscous like mucus? This dopamine is so viscous. Bye, wind. I'm 10, by the way. Is that your man seed or a spoonful of dopamine? I'm surprised you guessed the second one, but yes, actually, it is a spoonful of dopamine. I know it looks exactly like sperm, but it's actually refined dopamine. If you got just straight dopamine, could you like snort it or something? Or could you smoke it maybe? What do you think? Insulflate, I mean. That's a sciencey word for snorting something. Everybody loves science words. I just called to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, which is down here somewhere. You have a spoonful of dopamine. When I'm in command, every mission's a suicide mission. It would look like the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to make Eric. I want to know, though. Let's see. If you had a spoonful of dopamine, how could you take it? Or could you maybe just not take it at all? Same with adrenaline. If you had a spoonful of adrenaline, could I do 50 push-ups right now? No way. I mean, I could, if you don't specify how long I have to complete it. You say, could I do 50 push-ups before 10 p.m. tonight from now? That would give me like 8 hours to do it. I'm sure I could do 50 push-ups in 8 hours. But, you know, I probably get like, I do like 10 to start out with. And I'll be like, okay, yeah, that wasn't that bad. I'll take a little rest here. And come back after a rest. Try to do another 10, but realize I can only do like 7. I go, okay, well, still 17. I'm not even used up close to an hour yet. And I'd wait, take another little rest, try again, and so only go like one push up and go like, okay, this time I have to do a bigger rest. I'm gonna rest for a whole 30 minutes. And then at that time I'm still only able to do like 4 push ups, 4 more, because my arms are so tired already. And I realized, oh shit, this might be hard to get to 50 by the end of the day. I don't really know though. That's just me guesstimating. Guesstimating what might be the case. I could do 400 push-ups if the thing I was pushing up was not my body, but say, I don't know, a light switch. He's already quit, everybody, so there's no point in talking shit about Biden anymore. I know the virulently anti-Biden people out there. One of whom I encountered at the supermarket the other day. She wasn't talking to me, but she was talking to the pharmacist as we were trying to do pharmacy stuff. She was so spitting mad about Biden. Well, I'm sure they're very disappointed that he actually dropped out of the race because they prefer to have a shit on a bull. Oh, I should be showing that. Forget. They prefer to have a shit on a bull boogeyman than to have their complaints actually solved, you know. Okay. Let me go look over here for a second. It's very hot outside right now. Like, however hot you think it is, add 4 degrees hotness to that. Because it's 4 degrees hotter than however hot you think it is. 4 to 8 degrees hotter. Is Eric pro-Trump? No, I'm not pro-Trump. Also, I'm not pro Kamala Harris, but I really don't know anything about her, to be honest. Well, lots of reasons. Don't worry, I'll be back in a minute. You'll be fine. Don't panic. This sun is hot as the dickens. How hot were the dickens? 60 degrees Celsius. Why is it in Celsius? Because the Dickens were English, obviously. Charles Dickens. He was from England. No doy. You know what I'm saying? Do you know why Charles Dickens was always so disappointed? Because he had such great expectations. That's kind of an inevitable consequence of great expectations is proportionally large disappointment. But the fact is, shit usually don't play out the way your big expectations gonna expect. Gots to be more realistic than that. You've got to face the truth. Dr. Phil, you poop face. Just get out of here, Dr. Phil. I don't like you. I think you're a meanie babini who cares more about your sanctimonious megaties than actually helping people. Your sanctimonious tough love bullshit. There are some instances where tough love is called for. By and large, I don't find love tough. It's time to get real, Eric. What do you want me to get real about? You want me to get real loose on the dance floor? Make a great prospector? There you go. I'd make a great prospector. I'd have my burrow, my pan for panning for gold. Do I have a weed? No, I don't have a weed. I don't have any gaming consoles at all. I'm dancing, I'm dancing. Look at me dance. You think I'm not dancing? What are you, from France? I don't have a stripper pole. Play Just Dance? Sounds hard. What did the grammar cop say? There. Bravo, madam, bravo. What's disrespectful? I doubt it. I doubt it was that disrespectful, if at all. I don't know what he said, but that sure got him to retract it, whatever it was. I am the best dancer. They call me the new Gregory Hines. I can do everything from tap to hula to jazz to hip hop. I can do tap dancing better than anybody. Here's the key thing about tap dancing. While you're doing it, you have to say the tapping with your mouth. This is the trick to get easy. Anybody can easily tap dance by doing this. Tippity tap a tap, a tappity tappity tip tap, a tappity tap a tap, a tippity tap. See how you do it? I do the doogie, the dougie. I don't know how that dance goes. Oh yes. Gustavo Carrillo Lopez, do you think I have been living in some cave in Indonesia? I don't think so. I don't do the crip walk, but I can do the walk that's associated with the Fun Friends gang that I'm a member of. Fun Friends gang is a gang that instead of, you know, jumping people in and stuff, we have a welcoming party, maybe with a piñata. The Fun Friends gang, instead of selling drugs on the street, we sell drugs at each other's houses to each other. We just are fun friends. And instead of like violence, we go play frisbee at the park, things like that. So this is the walk of the Fun Friends gang. You can alter it a little bit if you'd like. If you want a little less hand movement, this is acceptable too. Make a little circle with your fists, like this. That helps you to walk better. Nowadays, it's all about boofing. Is it? My YouTube says, Drewgy. My name's not Drewgy. Are you saying your name's Drewgy? No, that's the Fun Friends gang walk. It's just walking. It's not a dance, it's just walking. You know how supposedly the Crips have the Crip walk? Well, that's the Fun Friends gang walk. I can't moonwalk, but I can pretend to moonwalk. Pretty good, huh? Bean Boy Bandingo, you're being gross. You can't really see me, but I'm hiding behind some tall black man. Who are you hiding from? Do some burpees? I don't know what burpees are. I think it's kind of exercise, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. Hi, Simple Girl. Hi, Neutral Grumpy. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. If there's anybody who, for whom it's evening, good evening to you. I have heard Trevor Phillips from GTA 5 before, but don't know exactly who that is. I do get that it's Grand Theft Auto. You know what I say about that? Maybe you shouldn't play a game that rewards you for engaging in bad behavior. Let's not glamorize violation of property rights. That's what I say. Jump, touch your knees, then do a push-up all in one motion. Like this. I'm jumping up my knee. I'm touching, I'm pushing. I'm jumping up my other knee. I'm touching, I'm pushing. That is a burpee. Look at me go. Burpee number 1, burpee number 4. You mean exactly like that, right? That's so easy. I could do shit tons of those. I know, Gustavo. I know those aren't really. I did not really do burpees. Burpees sounds like it's a lot of jostling. I don't think that I want to do that. Well, I do have excellent legs, and I can show you just what I did at my audition in New York, it got me the part as one of the famous Rockettes. The Rockettes. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I'm going to be a part of it. In old New York. 'Cause I can kick my legs and you will see my kicks. That's why I am a rocket now. That's how I made it onto the Rockettes with my great kicks. Well, I mean, there's two Melissas, one on either side of you, Gustavo. How many more chicks do you want? There's Simple Girl. Don't be a lady chaser. I'm dumb tall. I'm dumb tall tall. That was tiring. Yeah, well, they don't let some low kick, no kick, nobody become a rockette, okay? I spent years mastering the art of the rockette kick. I had 2 rockette kick training dummies built. So I could put my arms like this, like you do in the real rockettes. And then practice kicking up and with each leg, you know.
Wow.
And so eventually I could kick both legs up at the same time.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah,
They must have like really paid you a lot.
Right, and that's without the dummies too. No, I'm 6'5". Did I fall off the wagon? No. I have drunken. This much alcohol, 0. I am feeling kind of cheery and fun today, I guess. It's okay for me to be fun on occasion. You don't need me to be all somber, serious Sardonia all the time. You do that, Green Scoria. You do that. Nicer ones call you neutral. I keep getting bitten by mosquitoes in California. Well, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez, I'll tell you one easy hack to totally stop the mosquitoes. Stay inside the house all the time. And try not to open the doors too often because the mosquitoes might come inside. Oh, I gotta show you, Simple Girl. I have got to show you. Well, sure, Gustavo. For example, there have been occasions when I have covered songs such as Fuck the Police or Straight Outta Compton. And, you know, those songs have the lyrics that they have. If
Look at this.
my mom would have been so unhappy about this.
She really would have.
My mom really hated Trump.
Yeah.
But he
I think
sent
that's
her
why
a
it's
letter.
so funny. Like,
I bet this letter's like out of date. I bet it was sent out before the withdrawal of Biden. This is trash. That's not trash. What is that? That's not trash. What does it say? Important information. Disclosed. Okay. Enclosed. I mean, this is trash. This is trash.
This is trash.
This is trash. These aren't trash. Can you put these on the table? This is trash.
This is on the table? Sure.
Yeah, thanks. You're a real doll face.
Thanks.
Well, thanks, Bean Boy Bandingo. How nice of you to have sufficient familiarity with a few of my songs and stuff to know a couple of your favorites. It's very nice to hear. I appreciate it. This is trash. They're not on the table in the trash can. Go right in the trash can, you junk mail, you. I mean, I don't think it's a setup. It's a stretch, to say it's a setup. Like, the thing is, it might be, but it doesn't string credulity to imagine something like that being a setup. But I think in this instance, it's just as plausible that 40 plus years without any attempt on the life of a candidate that made the people responsible for protecting them complacent and not paying attention, really, and careless. I think that's just as plausible. So, because I think it's just as plausible, and because sort of publicly, legally, we have to default to the conclusion that's not accusing some either named or unnamed, really, people of committing a crime. If you're going to accuse there being a crime committed, you should name the people who committed it. And you should be, if you're going to name them as such, you should be willing to prosecute them for that crime. So, you guys, God, can't you walk by yourselves? You need me to carry you? What are you, a baby? You're a baby. Oh, you're there. Stop being such a baba. Go home here, mama, baba. All right, that'll do. It's good enough. We'll carry it like this. You may get a little bit car sick on the way down, but it's fine. Oh, no. How terrible. Okay, fine. Go to the trash can now. I didn't want to get gross trash can on you, but now it's too late. God damn it. All this difficulty is entirely your fault. If it weren't for you and your ways, I would have much less trouble carrying these trash cans. But it's fine, I got it done. You're forgiven. There. Trash cans brought in. Okay, what are we doing again? Was I ending the stream like hours ago? Well, they're very dry trash cans because it's a very hot day. Gustavo, that's a very crass way of putting it. Wash my hands. Good idea, Rubenar. Good idea. Watch me obey. I'm washing them right now with my mind. Melissa Montague, there are far too many willful people with agendas for you to ruin everything because, you know, to accomplish things that change things in any particular way dramatically requires a certain amount of willful directionality, and it's hard to stumble your way into that. I'm gonna ride in the grandpa's Lincoln town car today and go cruise the streets of Compton and holla at the homies. What will you be hollering at them? Will you be hollering hello or ahoy matey? He said he's just gonna holla at homies. I don't think that includes that, and that suggests violence, does it? Isn't holla like how they said in No Scrubs, trying to holla at me, leaning out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holla at me? Happy birthday, Gustavo. I hope you enjoy hollering. I hope they holla back. And what happens if a holla is reciprocated with a holla back? Then does the next person have to holla back, or holla back holla, or does it just end right then? Oh, I don't know, William. I don't think I blocked him. I might have. I don't know. I think he just timed him out. Look, I do understand that Nate Dogg and Warren G got to regulate. I don't think anybody's disputing that. Oh, Warren G, you so very cray. You don't holla and you don't get it back. You gotta holla back. If you don't holla back, you don't get it. You don't holla if you don't get it back. I mean, one would imagine that a holla is an attempt to receive a responsive holla back. But if the female of the species is unimpressed with the male's display, she may shun him in exchange for a different male. What about that, right? Do I take the holla? I'm not sure how one receives the holla. Everyone just go like this. Yes, I hear you hollering. Consider this my holla back. We'll keep this in mind. I need to be prepared, right? I need to have a emergency kit in case of an earthquake. I need to have prepared holla and holla back regimen in case those contingencies arise. You don't want to be caught with your proverbial pants down. Well, let me ask you this, Gustavo. Do you want any scrubs? I hate the corporate world I live in. Do you live in Disneyland? I don't blame you. You got to be like, "What's up?" From across the street. They got to be like, they got to go, "What's up, fool?" And what did you say? I hope that's a term of endearment because I don't believe myself to be a fool. And I'm not accusing you of being a fool either, sir. So can we, maybe, can we maybe ixnay on the mixnay? Put your proverbial hands up and your proverbial pants down and come waltzing on out of there, little missy. About time we get you out of those wet clothes and into a dry martini. You just left Disneyland with your niece. Then you truly were uh, living in corporate world. She saw all the princesses. You know what, big dog? There will come a day when this is a precious memory for you. And precious memories are few and far between. But time spent with little kid and your family is time well spent. They won't stay little for long and get a chance to enjoy the way that children have, an unjaded enthusiasm about them that helps remind us of what it's like to find things so engrossing and fun. And you see little kids on like some ride in Disneyland, all like this, and you're like, the only way I would look like that is if I just got a fat sack of something, you know, like something better than just whatever, like some exciting substance. Здравствуй, Владимир. Спасибо. I'll hire you, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez, but Eric will use your services. Oh, Gustavo, you said something about wanting to live stream with me. I'm willing to do that, Gustavo, but I'll have to end this stream and start a new one. I'll have to invite you to a Google Meet link. And if you want to do that, then send me an email first. I'll get your email address so I know what to invite you to. I'll end this stream, I'll start a new one. And I'll be like, me and Gustavo talk about something. I don't know what you want to talk about, but you can stream directly from Google Meet. So I don't think I've ever done it before, but I'll try it, sure. Yeah, if you want to. If you're serious, a lot of times when I say, okay, people are like, wait, now? And I'm like, well, then you mean now? And they're like, well, maybe like, blah, and I'm just like, what? So, yeah, so as soon as I get an email from you, so I know what your email address is, I'll end this stream and I'll set the next thing up. It'll be sent to you then like 5 minutes or whatever. Okay, well, eat first, Gustavo. You want to schedule something? Wait, look, take care of yourself first. If you need to eat first. And you do need to eat if you haven't eaten. You'll be pleaser, happier, more joyful if you take 15 minutes um to shove some food down your mouth. You'll be happier, you know. And like I said, that's our propaganda. Okay, take 5. Okay, you want to do it right now? Well, did you send me an email yet? You have not. Until you send me an email, I'm not even going to end this stream. Because unless I have your email address, I can't even invite you to the thing. So, what's the point in ending this stream? Do you have my email address? It's this. I'll put it here. Do you have anything in particular you want to talk about? Oh, you're 21. Well, that's cool. I could also ask you questions about Gen Z, since you're Gen Z. I was meaning to have this conversation with my daughter. I could certainly have it with you first. 21 is just a number and the start of a rapper name. Okay. How's my hydrogen? It's fine. I'm not sure, actually. I don't even know if I have any hydrogen. I thought it would be a good video, and before I was trying to get Delilah to talk to me. You're a better example of Gen Z, really, at 21. Okay, well, I don't see any email address, so. Did I put my email address yet? Yeah, I did. Right? Yeah, I put it. SE, I've smoked 0 amounts of crack. How much crack have you smoked today? How many grams of crack have you smoked today? I look like the father that abandoned you? How old were you when he abandoned you? If you were a baby, how do you remember what he looks like? And if you were 18, is that really abandoning you? Hey, I've instructed the door people to let in all lizard guys. I have plenty of photos of what? Oh, well, I don't need to go to Compton to get weed. That sort of thing, showing weed stuff on live streams, will get me age restricted. I think perhaps 1 in every 2 people is a lizard person, a secret lizard person. Okay, well, have you emailed me your email address yet? I mean, just email me an email so I have your address. I can invite you. Keep in mind, I have video conversations with people all the time, and I don't have any problems with meow. Are you under 18? I should ask you that, Gustavo. If so, then I can't do this because YouTube's gotten ultra sensitive about minors. Even if you're just having a perfectly uh, ordinary, interesting conversation with them. But you said you were 21, so never mind. I remember now. Do you know that 1.9 out of every 2 people is a lizard person? It's true. The fact is, you are almost certainly a lizard person and you may not even know it. How to do a lizard person self-check. Use this handy checklist. Do you find yourself flicking your tongue in and out of your mouth frequently? Yes, I guess I do that. Box number 2. Do you eat flies? Yes. Box number 3. Do you lie in the sun to warm yourself up in the morning? Yes. Turn paper over. Do you blink sideways? Yes. Is your skin made up of flakes of skin or scales? Scales. Add the results from column 1 to column 2. Then multiply that by column 4 while minusing column 3. Compare your score against this grid over here. Line up your score with a corresponding number in the vertical column on the left side. Vertical column on the left side. Then move across to the corresponding digit in the in the matching square above. This is your answer. Oh, yes, I'm a lizard person. Wow, that's such a complicated test. I mean, like scoring of the test. I work off nothing but checklists. If you cannot break your thing down into a checklist, I am not doing it. It's impossible for me to evaluate anything without a checklist. We'll see how this goes, this live stream. I'm not going to monetize it. And hopefully things are fine. Do my eyes work independently of what? Of my nose? You mean, can I see things without smelling them? No, I can't. I can't smell anything except flies. Can you smell things other than flies? No. Okay, well then, that's very lizard-like. Are you part of a global cabal of evildoers influencing world affairs? Yes. You just might be a lizard person. When your tail falls off, does it ever grow back? Always? Sometimes? Never. Always. You just might be a lizard person. Well, if you're going to go live with me right now, Gustavo, you just need to email me an email so that I can invite you to the Google Meet and I will stream it from there. I will put my email address again. Who was that? A lizard person? In the club? Lizard people aren't allowed in the club. Because, Big Dog, we were too busy evolving ways to prevent our arms and legs from getting chopped off in the first place. Which strategy is better? It's a toss up. The real winner of the evolutionary game is, of course, the skunk. Everybody laughed at the skunk when they picked "I'm stinky" as their defense mechanism. But you know what? Nobody fucks with skunks. What a lot of people don't know is the kind of lizard the lizard people are. You saying you want to join the live stream too? Then you need to send me an email with your email address. I've been saying this for God knows how long now, and I still received no email address from anybody. So this is typical how it happens, right? Someone's like, oh shit, ignore that, get rid of that, remove. That's not my email address. There, that's my email address. Okay, I'm waiting for it to get here. Come on, feel the noise. Girls, meow your meows. Let's get wild, wild, wild. Must we get wild? Well, I do believe I retrieved your email address from spam. Yes, your email went spam. Why? I don't know. It's just how it goes. An important event for you. I'm going to add this guest all night. Okay, you should receive now an invite. I'm going to join this here. Switch account. Use another account. Well, it's that account. But I want... Oh, Lord, Lord. Manage streaming. Streaming with YouTube. This one. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're not going to be able to... I'm not going to be able to hear you or you hear me until I'm done here, okay? So I'll be with you in a minute, okay? All right, I got to wrap this stream up here. So good night, goodbye, everybody, and I'll see you later. I'm going to start another stream from this other platform. But it's still on YouTube, but, via Google Meet. All right, goodbye.